If you want to start creating your own projects in Houdini, but feel stuck or overwhelmed trying to bring them to life, you're not alone. It took me 2 years of using Houdini to complete my first shot, but in today's video, I'll show you how to complete this entire shot here, all from scratch. We'll learn and apply a simple 4-step framework I now use to complete every single project I do, no matter how complex. And we'll do everything from initial planning to the final rendering and compositing, all together and all step by step. If you follow along with today's video, you'll achieve this exact result you see here. No clickbait and no needing to wait for the next video in the series. This exact intro you're watching now was rendered with the project files that are available for download in the description. So download the project files, check out the time-stamped chapters below, and let's get started. We'll now jump into Houdini and start with a project brief, where I'll introduce the goal of today's video and recap what we'll be completing today. Welcome back and welcome to the project brief for abstract motion design for this boss battle of recreating this reference here from the Studio 6 and 5, which I found here at this link. So I want to give credit where credit is due. I will be recreating the overall look, maybe the lighting, and maybe adding some animation to this image. And then our boss battle here, this structure is kind of a final showcase of everything we've learned so far in the Level Up Houdini program. And if you're watching this on YouTube, this is a full project completed by me. So the boss battles are really real projects that we go to complete from scratch. And these videos right now, so this whole video is what I call the cheat codes. So it's my walkthrough of completing the battle, but everything we'll be doing is stuff we've covered in the program, and we're going to learn how to really see a project goal and break it down using some frameworks actually, which we'll cover in the next video. But in order to get it to be a little more manageable to complete. So the structure of these battles, these boss battles or these final projects, I guess we can call them, is broken down into 4 stages. The first stage is the project brief, which is this document here, which should be included in the downloads for the files. And this just introduces the goal of the project. The second stage of the project is the framework breakdown, where I'll actually go through live and break down this reference. And in this case, it's relatively simple, but we're going to break it down using this framework, which is really powerful. And I actually do use this for actually every single project I do. And then from there, I'll get a list of every single step that I need to do to actually complete this project. And then the next section is section 3, so the workflow organization. And in that section, I take everything from stage 2 or section 2 and create a templated, or I guess an outlined Houdini file of my initial plan on how to implement this project. So that might be the geometry containers, the basic setup in Solaris, and some of the kind of outline logic maybe or organization that I might choose to use for my attempt at recreating this. And then the final section, or the final part of this battle, is the Houdini implementation, where I create the actual nodes, the project, and then I actually implement every task we had broken down in, or referenced down into, and that just ends up being the full project. So if you're watching this now on YouTube, the introduction video which is the trailer that would come before this section. That is the result of what we will do by the end of this project. And really by the end of the video. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be a full project. I encourage you to download the files, maybe take a look at the completed scene files, and if you're interested, maybe follow along and try to complete this yourself. So awesome. That's going to be all for this section, and then do check out the timestamps below. And I'll see you in the next section where we're going to start breaking down the reference here. So awesome. I'll see you in just 1 second. Welcome back and welcome to the framework breakdown, which is the second section of this boss battle. And if you are watching this on YouTube, which I think might just be a majority of you, because I'm not sure if I will release this in the course since everyone will have access here on YouTube. So maybe we'll take this a little bit slower than how we normally would. But the second stage of these boss battles is my application, or my attempt at the application of this framework, which is 1, defining our goal. In this case, recreating a similar shot to this. 2, breaking it down into chunks, which we will do. And then 3, for each of these chunks, list out the tasks that we need. So I do recommend you watch the lesson 1, lesson 2, and maybe some other videos on this channel if you're new to Houdini. But if not, definitely skip ahead if you want to kind of see some of the implementation, follow along as much as you'd like. But the end result of this project is going to be the successful completion of this. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and we're going to get started. So in this section, how we work is I've got this set up here, and this is the same object level view. And I'm going to open up this framework, or zoom in on this framework here, just so I can see the framework that I'm going to apply to this reference. And the way I like to do these here is I just make some sticky notes, and I hit C to bring up this color panel. And I'm just going to start breaking down this reference into, and this is actually a null, and if I delete everything, there's this little empty network section. So just to make sure that wasn't covering my image, I just added that null. But awesome. So our goal is to recreate this image, or recreate a similar image. And if you are skipping ahead here, this is from 6 and 5, which is an incredible studio. This is not my work, but I thought it was a great composition to recreate. So recreate our image, maybe add some more animation. Maybe I could do animation on maybe some of these cubes, maybe some of the lights, and then maybe the camera as well. So I'll say cubes, lights, and camera. And then for the next section would be breaking these into chunks. So the main chunks of this reference here really is the cubes. So we've got the geometry, we've got the materials, and we've got the lighting as well. So I'm going to do a new sticky note here. And again, hitting C brings up this color palette. I'm going to say 1 for geometry. I'm going to say cube geometry, actually. And then also lighting. So I'll Alt drag to duplicate it. And excuse some typos. This is the first project of the day, so it might take a little bit for me to get my hands warmed up for typing, that is. All right, next up we've got the materials as well. And the way I like to use this framework is really breaking down each of these into the distinct chunks. So we should be able to modify the materials without modifying the geometry. And that's kind of a fundamental part of 3D. But in Houdini, we actually have the option to organize this however we'd like. But I will be doing kind of a standard workflow, or at least a standard workflow for how I choose to work. But this kind of workflow will scale for really any project. So for the cube geometry, and maybe I'll move these up here so I can see my reference. Or maybe I'll put the reference in the bottom. So we've got the base shape here. So base shape of the ground. It looks like some kind of tiled grid. And then there's not quite extrusions for each of these, because there is a nice seam that I am noticing here. So it looks like a grid with maybe some divisions, behind each of these. And there is a gap in between each of these ones. So maybe this is kind of a checkered wire of cubes, and then these cubes that can slide up and down in between each one. And it does look like there's a solid wall back here, because we're not seeing this extend past the right. So I'm going to say base shape of the ground. I think it's a grid based structure, holes with smaller cubes inside. And there's really no correct way to organize any of this. And if you want to skip ahead, you can complete these task lists yourself, or you could skip to the next chapter in the video where you'll see the final tasks that I ended up coming up with. So we've got the base shape of the ground, the grid-based structure, and then holes with smaller cubes inside. And I think that's kind of mostly maybe a back wall. And then for the lighting, this is actually going to be a little more interesting. I can see, so I'm looking here at this shadow, and I'm not sure if you can see it all, but this looks like relatively dark. So I think how this is lit is there's clearly two lights at least, because we have two different softnesses for our shadows. So I'm going to say we have maybe an overall soft light for a dome light, maybe. Let's say dome HDRI, which is very dim, because we can see some of the shadows here. So it's not only lit by these lights here. I think there is an overall dome light, and maybe those shadows behind casting on our cubes. I think there's a window light. With a softer light here, because I'm seeing these kind of fuzzy shadows. And then there is another light coming from this area here. Actually, it looks like it's coming from kind of this area, maybe relatively high. So I'm going to say a smaller light for the harsher shadows. And then the fuzziness or the softness of these shadow lines really is determined by the size of the light. So materials, we kind of have a very simple material, and you can actually notice the tiling. So I'm going to say concrete, material. It's actually the exact same for every cube, because we can see a dot, 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 even dot, dot. So it's just one single material. One single tiled texture, repetition, or I'll say it's not too visible unless you really look for it. So slightly repeated texture, which we could fix by offsetting the UVs. Actually, we won't use UVs. That's going to be another trick we'll do. We're going to use triplanar textures. I think that's really all for the materials. So very simple. Gray material slash very smooth-ish concrete. And then for the camera as well, that's another task or another chunk we have. Because in 3D, you always have to have a camera to define where you are viewing your scene from. So a simple camera, and it looks like the focal length is relatively long, because we are not seeing that much kind of parallax between these perspective lines. So I'll say long focal length. And then I'm also not seeing any depth of field. So no depth of field. And I think that's mostly it. We will also have render settings, which I'm going to define as another set of tasks, because in Houdini we use these to set the resolution of the render, the camera, the sample settings, or I guess the render quality, we could say. So I think that's kind of good for the render settings. Camera, cube geometry, which maybe we'll say scene geometry. I'm going to do another little list here for shadow casters or shadows caused by other shapes off camera, because there might be either a light here that is shaped like this area here, or maybe it's a brighter light and there's some geometry casting a shadow. So either of those approaches would achieve similar results. So I think that's actually most of what we need for this. I'm going to reorganize these a little bit, and then we're going to get started on the next section, which is actually going to be the organization of taking these and then setting up a Houdini file, and actually this file here, to be ready for actually implementing the project. So awesome. That's going to be all for this section, and then I will see you in just 1 minute. All right, welcome back, and welcome to the next section of this boss battle, which is the workflow organization. In this video, we're going to take the finished task list, which is pretty simple here, and then I'm going to set up the structure of how I'm going to choose to implement this in Houdini. So let me do maybe do a network box here, which was just this one up here. I'm going to say my setup. And what I'm going to need, I'll color this a little bit darker. I'm going to need a geometry container for actually creating this geometry. I'm going to say this is my scene geo. And I'm going to use a LopNet for my Solaris setup. So my layout and lighting. And I do choose to work in the SOPs context and the geometry context within these containers. And instead of using the stage context here, I prefer working in LopNets. There's many reasons for that, but the main reason is it's just easier for me to stay organized, especially once projects get really big. And then also, instead of doing a SOP create here and creating our geometry inside of Solaris, again, I do enjoy working within these geometry containers and then importing that into stage. So I'll jump inside this geometry container first. And then I'm going to need to set up an organization for where I want to actually create this main geometry, because everything else here is going to be done in Solaris. And the way I like to set these up is I define my out nulls first. So I'm going to say out base. And really here what I have is I've got the base shape of the ground, which I'm kind of thinking is going to be this grid structure. So I'm going to say out base grid structure. And I also do like doing network boxes here. And I like to make them a little bit bigger to show where these nodes might go. I'm also going to have a bunch of cubes. And the two options for really how I could set these up is I could either set these all up in SOPs in the geometry context here, and then import all of the animated cubes into Solaris, or because these are the same cubes, I could instance these in Solaris. But I think the more straightforward workflow, and especially since this isn't that complex, we will actually just create this all in SOPs. So I'll directly right here. I'm going to say out my cubes. I'll create another network box here. And then I'm going to do one more for out back wall, because I do want to have an additional wall here. And then the other thing about this setup in particular is that the grid structure and the cubes really are based off the same grid scale. So I might do another box up here. And I'll kind of use this to signify that some information up here can be reused in the base grid structure and on these cubes. And then I'm going to do one sticky note here. I'll color this dark, and I'm going to say in this geo container, I'll set up my geometry for the scene. And I think that's going to be good. I'm going to hit U to go up, and I'm going to actually jump inside my LOP network. And the way I'd like to start these is I'm going to do a start, and I'll color it a dark gray, and I'll do an end. And this is just helpful for me to see kind of what is happening here in my network. And then again, I do recommend you watch the introduction video if you are new to Houdini, but this scene graph path is going to be really important. And we're going to use, or excuse me, this, it's not technically the geometry spreadsheet. It is the Solaris scene graph tree. But in Houdini, when you open up Solaris, it now switches automatically based on wherever you are. So I'm going to use a primitive node here. I'm going to say I'm going to use this to define my organization, because I want to use some primitives here to organize exactly what's going on. And the way I choose to work in Solaris is to very intentionally place every single primitive. So I'm going to do a SOP import. And by that I mean there's other ways of working with Solaris where you kind of just throw stuff together and don't necessarily worry about where exactly it's organized. But as projects get bigger, it is good practice to actually be intentional with how you're structuring things. So this SOP import, I'm going to jump actually inside my geo container here, because I want to merge my grid, my cubes, and my wall. So I'm going to say, maybe I'll say base grid. I'll say this is my cubes. Say this is back wall. And then on this base grid, I'm going to drag this null. On my cubes, I'm going to drag this one here, up here. And these parameters are actually linked. So right now I'm looking at this network view, and then this right parameter pane is linked with the number 1 here. So if I'd had this here, I would see the parameters for this bottom right null, or this bottom right network view, but not for this one. And another way we can set this stuff up is on this back wall SOP import path. I can go to the geometry and select this out back wall by going to here. And then I do like to work with relative paths. So I'm going to select this and say export relative path. And the reason for that is then if I copy a scene to a different Houdini project file, the path locations will all be correct. I'm going to add a graphed branches here. I'm going to say merge, or actually graphed in my geo. I'm going to make a little bit more space. And then what I also want to do is I need some lighting here. So I'm going to hit U to go up in this right side. And I'm going to look at the other tasks I have. I need lighting, I'll need materials, a camera, and render settings. So I'm going to do a merge. I'm going to say this is all my lights. And the way I like to do lighting is I like to have another graphed branches. I'm going to say graphed in my lights. And then I will connect this merge to here, but not yet, because I'm going to do that in the next section of the video. And the way I do this is I just create a bunch of lights here. And then these will all go into here. And then this will connect into here. But I'm not going to do that because I'm saving that for the implementation section of the video. So next up is materials. And I can even do a little bit of organization by adding some network boxes around these. And the important thing for materials is we'll need to create them, and we could create them up here with a material library, but we cannot assign them up here because these nodes need to know everything about, or these nodes only know about what's above them. So I want this to be happening after I actually have my geometry, and I like to do these materials after the lighting, so then I can see the materials in a lit scene while I'm working. Assign to my geo, and I'm actually going to do this instead. So I'm going to do my material library to the side, and I'm going to choose to use another graphed branches. I'm going to say graphed in my materials. And this is also a perfectly fine way of working, but I do prefer to work like this. And the reason for that is maybe I had 2 material libraries. I can easily switch and organize between those. And then again, I'm not going to connect those because I will do that in the implementation section. And I'm also going to need a Karma render settings. Whoops, not that one. I want a Karma render settings, and this is going to define the quality, or excuse me, the quality of the render actually by using some XPU path traced samples, and also the name of our actual render file. So I'm going to say my really great render. And then I also want to do a camera. And I'll connect this one right here. And again, the other way to do this could be to use a graphed branches and connect it and merge it in here, or even a merge actually. A graphed branches just lets you modify the exact primitive locations, and a merge won't let you do that. But I'm going to connect this here. I'm going to say this is my hero camera, and I'm actually going to leave it where it is now because we're going to change that later. And then in the Karma render settings, I'm going to do my hero camera because I want to tell Houdini which camera I want to be looking through. And I think that might be all. We've got our scene geometry here, which we're going to create. And I can jump here by clicking this right arrow. We're going to create this all in our geometry container in our SOPs context. Import those into Solaris. Then we're going to do some lighting here. And we might need a little bit more space because I might have a few lights here. Then we're also going to do some materials. Well, really, we're going to have one material. Maybe 2, but we'll figure that out later. And then the camera. And then the render settings. And we also need to say, excuse me, we need to tell Houdini, whoops, I accidentally just hit the enter key, which jumped inside this node here. But what I was saying is we're going to need a USD render ROP to actually render our image. And we'll connect this here or at the end of the null. It really doesn't matter. And we do want a USD render ROP and not a USD ROP, because this will save a USD file and this will let us save an image file. So my really cool render is rendered here. There we go. And I'll set that to XPU, and then we will modify these once we actually have something to render. So I'm just going to double check that we have all of our tasks, which was the result of this framework here, which are these tasks here. We now have a spot for all of them to be implemented. So we're going to create everything here and then actually set up the lighting and layout here. So awesome. I think that's all for this part of the video. In the next video, and actually I'm looking at this one, we might need some additional geometry, but we could do those later depending on if we actually do need them. And I was thinking about the shadow casters. But for now, that's all for this one. In the next section, I'm actually going to implement and create this entire scene. So if you are trying to learn, I would recommend maybe giving it a shot yourself and maybe checking to see how I do it. Or if you'd like to, just follow along and we'll create this together. So awesome. I'm going to cut and then I'll be back in just 1 second and we're going to get started. So awesome. I'll see you then. All right, welcome back and welcome to part 4. for the implementation for this boss battle. If you did skip ahead, we are starting this section with the results of section 3, which was where I actually organized a basic scene here that I'm going to use, and I'm really going to fill this out and start implementing everything already in this little outline that's been set up. So to get started, we really could do any of these in any order, but I think the one that makes the most sense would be to start with the geometry. So I'm going to hit U to go up. I'm going to jump inside my scene geo by just double clicking that. And then let's do our start for geometry. So I'm going to rearrange this a little bit. And then to get started, I'm actually just going to do a grid. Because I want to start figuring out maybe an initial placement for some of these shapes, and then there's also a wall here in the background. But what I'm going to use is I'm going to use this grid here, and I'm going to try to rearrange to make sure this is a nice layout to work in. But this grid I'm actually going to use both for the internal cubes here and then also for the grid structure. So by changing this rows and columns, I could change the shape of these actual cubes. And it looks like we've got the inside, the edge, the cubes, and they're going to be lifting up and down. So the very, very, very first thing I could do maybe is with a poly extrude. And what I want to do is I want to inset these, but I actually want to do the individual elements and not the connected components, because I want to inset each of these tiny cubes by just enough to actually have this gap in between. So I'm going to do the individual elements, and I think for the inset amount we could just go really, really small. So maybe 0.01 would be okay for now. And I'm going to do the output the front. So I want to keep these groups. And I actually do want to do, so I want to output the front, excuse me. I want to create a group for extrude front. And groups, if you are new to Houdini, I'd recommend actually just asking questions below, because I won't be explaining everything, but if you do have questions, let me know. And I'm going to try to go a little bit slower than I would typically. But again, yeah, do ask questions. But I want to use this extrude front, and I want to split this maybe from getting the front extruded, and then also I want to do the individual cubes. So let me do a split here. And if I select extrude front on this split and set my display flag here, what I can do is on this right side here, I can see my inner grid. So this is everything that's not extruded front. And it looks like I actually have the grid on the left. So I'm going to do an invert selection. This is going to be the grid. And I don't really have to name these, but I'll just name this the cubes. And then the left side is going to be the seams, maybe. Because these seams on the left, I do want to have kind of these taller areas. And I'm going to plug this down here, because that's really all the information we need. And now we can start creating these inner seams. So I'm going to do another extrude for these. And let's go Right now, these blue areas are now the normals. So I could extrude in the positive direction and not have any of those, or I could extrude in the negative direction and then do a reverse to flip those. So maybe I will extrude in the negative direction because I think it might be nice if our grid is at 0, 0, 0. Or the height of our grid here is at 0, 0, 0. By height, I mean the top of the grid. So I do want to extrude it back because I want to seal on the top of these. This reverse is now going to flip those. So my geometry is looking correct. And I think that actually might be all for the inner grid. So relatively simple. And for these actual cubes, we can maybe do a few things actually. So I'm actually going to do this grid. I'm going to extend it a little bit further down to -2. I'll connect this, and then I do actually want to have a bottom to this. Just for lighting, I think not having any gaps is going to make sure my lighting isn't accidentally kind of seeping through the bottom. So the way I'll make a bottom here is I can just do a bound, which will give me the bounding box of this entire geometry. And I could also use a box, and that would do the same thing. Whoops, I'm going to delete this box. And then I'm going to take this bound, and I'm going to use a match size to resize the geometry on the left. And I want to resize it to the minimum of this one here. So I want to move this bound to be lined up with I want the maximum of the bound to be set to the minimum of this incoming geometry. And then I'm going to merge those together. And maybe to be 100% positive no light's going to accidentally seep in, I'm going to do a little bit of an offset. So I will have some intersecting geometry here. So I think that's going to be good. It really doesn't matter this much because we're not even going to see this. So that should be okay. And I'll connect this down here. And we will clean these up with some more bevels later. But for now, this is going to be fine for what we need. Now for the cubes, what I can do is I can do a control click on this merge, and that will do a template flag, but that also is going to set it to be visible as well. And now for these cubes, what I really want to do is I want to have those all have a random height. Because these are kind of lower. These are a little bit taller. So maybe I'll start with, and the two options I really have is every cube, I can do a poly extrude here. Every cube, and if I do this same thing, output back and reverse, is really all extending further down, but it looks like some do just get lifted higher. So those could either be extruded higher or moved higher. So maybe what I'll do, since some stuff do go below, I'm going to delete this extrude. I'm actually going to do a transform because maybe I want to start everything a little bit below. And then I'm going to do that extrude again and then bring them up. And now they're going to be leveled with the actual base here. So for now, I'm going to connect this. And if we want to view these two together, we could do a merge at the bottom. And now we'll see the flush surface. And we will randomize these in a second. But now I actually want to do a bevel. So I'm going to do a poly bevel for this right cube, or actually all of these right cubes. And I'm going to do, you can see it's a tiny, tiny, tiny bevel. I'm going to do 0.00, maybe 0.003. Maybe even a little more. And then let's increase the divisions, maybe to 6. And I can change that to smooth shaded. And I can kind of see these nice rounded edges here. And I also want that for the inside. So I'm going to Alt drag to duplicate that bevel. And now I can see I've got some quality shapes here. And then for the height of these cubes, we will want to randomize these, and we can control the height of them we can control the height of them in a few ways. One of the nice things about this poly extrude is we can do a local control. And if we set it to Z scale, we can now create an attribute for each of these cubes that will scale how far it's being extruded. So I'm going to do this transform here. I'm going to do an attribute randomize. And I'm going to set it to primitives instead of points. So it's unique for each primitive. Because right now on points, it's going to give every single point its own value. But I want every primitive to have its own value. And because I only want to use this as a single dimension, so I'll call it height, or I'll think of it as height, I can set my dimensions here to 1. And now we'll have a black and white value that I can now use to remap the extrusion. So the way I like to work is I don't like to use color necessarily. I'm going to call this the height of my cube. And we can name this attribute to anything. It could be cheese, it could be really anything at all, or it could be Z-scale. But I'm going to leave it to the height of my cube just to show you that you really do have the opportunity to name these whatever you want. I'm going to go to color, and yours is going to be set to constant, but we're going to go to ramp from attribute. And I'm going to go here, but we're not going to see this height of my cube because the color node is now set to point. But we have our attribute on the primitives. So I'm going to go to primitives, and if I look here, I'll now see my primitive attributes. And there we go. This is now remapping this into a color where I can easily visualize this. And now on this poly extrude, and I actually don't need to connect this because this is just for me to see. And on this poly extrude, I'm going to say the height of my cube. And there we go. And now, if I do this here and template this, or even select my merge at the bottom, I can see these together. But now I'm not quite getting the same look because these are all kind of extruded to the same height, but now I'm getting a lot of variation. So what I might want to do is remap this a little bit more so I have some more fine-tuned control. So maybe what I'll do, I'm going to set this to a constant value of 1. So right now it's going to be random, but technically the random values, the lowest it can be is 1 and the most it can be is 1. And now we'll see it's flush again. Now right now I can see a majority of them are relatively around the same height. So maybe I'll do 0.95 and 1.05. So I think this is a good kind of base for what these all look like. But I do have some that are taller and some that are lower. So what I can now do is I could either control some of these, or maybe what I'll do is show you this. So right now, all of the heights of the cube are all 1. But if I wanted to randomize a few of those more, or a few more of those, I can do another attribute randomize. There's really infinite ways to do this. I'm going to set this to, actually, excuse me, not an attribute randomize. I want an attribute adjust, float. because what I want to do is not to reset this value, but I just want to take this float value and I want to do a multiply. So I want to multiply it by some other value that I'll be creating. So I don't want to modify my p-scale. I want to modify the height of my cube. So I'm going to paste that right here because this is the attribute I want to modify or adjust. And the attribute class I want to work on is primitive. And to see what's going on, I'm going to move this color node, a little bit lower. Now what I want to do is I want to multiply a noise, and the minimum value, I don't want it to be 0. I want it to be, well, I could leave it at 0 and I can increase the max. And now I'm not seeing any color here. The reason for that, let's figure out. So the height of my cube is now always 0. And because I accidentally set the operation instead of set value. So that was a mistake that I made. This operation should be on set and not on multiply. And I want my operation on the adjust float to be multiply. So there we go. Now if I connect this, or actually visualize this on the poly extrude, and down here we can now see that I am multiplying this value against the existing height of my cube attribute. But I want this to be a little more art directed. So maybe I'm going to do a mask attribute as well. And the way I'll choose to make a mask attribute is maybe I'll do an attribute transfer from, I'll make a sphere. Actually, I'll make a single point. So in Houdini, the way you make a point is with an add, and you create one single point by clicking that plus button. And now I've got one point here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an attribute that I'll name mask. And I want this to be 1. Now if I look here on my point, I now have a mask attribute that's 1. And I want to alt drag because I want to create an attribute on my existing geometry, also for mask, but I want that on 0. Or I want that set to 0. And actually, now that I'm thinking about this, our attributes here are primitive attributes for the height, but if we're creating a single point and creating a point attribute, that's going to be on our points and not on the primitives. So I'm going to have to deal with this in a little bit to make sure our poly extrude is still using our primitive attribute. So I'm going to create a value of 1 for the mask, and now we have a value of 0 for the mask on this side. I'm going to do an attribute transfer, which lets me transfer attributes to this left geometry from this right geometry. And if I do another color here, set to point, I can look at my mask attribute and I can see right now it's all blue. And the reason for that is this attribute transfer is transferring everything within a distance of 10. So if I decrease this distance threshold, I can now see the actual blending of this attribute transfer is going to be modified here, and I can modify the fall off using the blend width. So there we go. We now have a mask attribute. But what I want to do is I want to use this mask attribute to control the intensity of this modification. So maybe what I could do is instead of multiplying this height of my cube against the existing p-scale, against the existing attribute, the height of my cube, what I can do is I can add a value here. So I'm going to set this to add. And right now, it's still adding any values between 0 and 2. But now what I can do is I can use this mask attribute as a multiplication for that add. So I'm going to connect this into here. I'm going to say this is transfer my mask. And now what I want to use is I want to get this mask attribute, which currently is on points. I need it to be on my primitives. So I'm going to use an attribute promote. And I'm going to go to point class, which is the mask attribute here. And I want to take that on points, and I want to put that on the primitives. Now if I look at this color node, it's all going to be red because I have to switch this now to primitives. And now we can see this fall off has now been promoted to the primitive class. And now what I want to do, instead of just adding a random noise here, what I could do is maybe I could save this noise to an attribute. And then I'll use that and I'll multiply that against mask. So let's do, maybe I'll say, I'll leave this adjust value. And I'm going to change this to the height of my cube. I'm going to rename this to scale. I'll say this is scale the height of my cube. And now what's going to happen is I'm going to have two attributes. So scale the height of my cube and the height of my cube. And right now, this is adding to the 0 value. So right now, it's adding a value to this existing attribute. And that existing attribute is not existing yet because it's also creating that here. So it's adding that to 0. But to be a little bit more intentional with how I'm using these attributes, I should set this to set initial or set always. And now what I want to do is this poly extrude will no longer have this modification here because the height of my cube is now no longer modified by this float. So what I need to do is I need to multiply the height of my cube by the scale, or I need to add scale the height of my cube to the height of my cube, and I need to multiply this value by mask. I'm going to use an attribute wrangle to do that. I'm going to say this is scale my height. So now because I have these three attributes here, I'm going to be able to multiply them together and add them. So the very first thing I want to do is I want to take the height of my cube and add the scale and add my scale attribute I created. So the way I do this is I do an F at the height of my cube, and this is probably a clumsy name, but I did want to show you this, so we're going to leave it like that. I'm actually going to copy here. So the height of my cube equals the height of my cube plus scale the height of my cube. And this should be on primitives. And the reason it's not working is because I need to add a semicolon. There we go. So now we are adding the scale the height of my cube to the existing attribute, and we're doing this on our primitives. And now if I enable and disable this, we can see this is modifying my height. But what I still want to do is I want to multiply this scale the height of my cube by, so times F at mask. And there we go. Sorry for that quick break. We're back now, and what I wanted to do was show you this mask attribute is now multiplied by the height of my cube, or multiplied by scale the height of my cube. And now we can see here that if I move this add by selecting this node, hitting enter to see this little transform gizmo, I can now modify this value here. Which is kind of cool. But I think this is too much of a transfer. So instead of doing, whoops, I'm actually going to restart Houdini because I'm getting a little bit of a bug here with my recording. All right, welcome back. Sorry for that quick cut. We are going to keep working. And what I now want to do is, now that we have control over this add node, which is modifying our fall off, and I can hit enter to get the gizmo, and I can hit escape again to hide this gizmo. But maybe I'll change this to smooth wire shaded. But now I want to match this reference a tiny bit more. So here with this fall off, we don't quite have such a big fall off. It's a little more tight around just a couple of these cubes. So maybe I'll use this mask for this color here and connect this so I can see it on the actual poly extrude. And I want to change, again, the add to make sure it's in the middle, which I think is good here. And then I'm going to change the transfer. So I'm going to decrease the blend width because I want to use the distance threshold instead, because that's going to give me a sharper cutoff. And we can see that these back sides here really have no displacement. So these are all relatively flat. And then the center ones are kind of what actually do have the height change. So I can do this to keep these ones here, maybe increase the blend width a tiny bit if I do want some of this. Then if I want to remap also this intensity to keep these a little bit smaller towards the edge, what I can do is I can use an attribute remap, which will let me have a nice ramp here. And I'm going to select mask. And now, because my values on mask are between 0 and 1, and I know that because the maximum value here is 1, and the minimum value here on this left side is 0, I can now use this ramp to control the fall off. So maybe I'll click this to open it a little bit bigger. And I'm going to do another pin here because I do still want some adjustment here, some height on the left side, but not quite that much. So I'll leave this relatively low. And now I'm going to do this. I think is good for here, for this remap. And I want to modify this noise a little bit just to get something a little bit closer. So let's decrease the maximum amount. So I think 1 will be okay. This might look like it's kind of 1.5 might be the max there. And then I'm going to do a little bit of playing with the offset here on this noise, just to find something that looks good. I can middle mouse button and drag to adjust this offset. So maybe we'll stick with this. And I probably should set up my camera before I dial these in too much. It looks like I already have a built-in ramp here for that adjust float. So maybe I didn't need to do this one, but either way is fine. All right, so now I'm going to go out my cubes. This is good, but before I do the camera, I'm going to create a back wall for this side here. And the way I'll do that is maybe just the same way I did this. So I'm going to do a box. I'll connect the box. Well, I'll just use this grid here. And I'll extrude the same grid, maybe to 2. Actually, maybe to 10. Because I could just use this as the back wall. I'm going to use a match size. So now move this based on the size of the grid. And the axis I want to move it on is this Z axis. So I'm going to say on my Z, and I'll do a template flag here to show you, but I want to say looks like the positive Z axis is this left side. So I'm going to take the maximum for this left geometry and set it to the minimum of the right geometry. And there we go. I can delete this box, or actually this match size now, if I do a template flag, or not a template flag, right now it's showing me both the geometry that I've moved and the geometry I'm currently using to match the size. But if I set my display flag on this null, whoops, it is this grid here. So I did have that templated, apologize for that. But on this null now, and actually it will show me this blue bounding box. But on this null now, I can see that my incoming geometry is pretty high division here. So there's a good amount of polygons. If I wanted to remesh this, and because it's a cube, I'm really not remeshing it, I can just get a bounding box of this existing cube by using box or by using bound. But for now, I don't need that. I'm gonna say this is my back wall. And I'm gonna do here, and I'll connect this to out back wall. And now we can preview my setup here. And maybe I should have one more back wall here. So let me do another match size. I'm going to merge these two. And then on this right match size, currently there's now 2 boxes on top of this existing box. And if I can transform one of these here, I can hit this enter key, and I could rotate this here 90 degrees. But now the problem with that is if I move this grid, not from the origin, it might not match. So this would be fine for this. But what I might want to do instead is change this match size to leave it on center and center for the Z, but now on the X, I'll set my max to min. And depending on where you are looking at currently, you might have to change min to max. So just be aware of that. So awesome. I think that's good for now. I'm going to move these down and put them inside this network box. And I'm not a fan of all these wires. So maybe I will do a null here. And I'm going to connect all of these to that one here, which is my grid. So awesome. I think that's actually all for our geometry, at least for now. And actually what I am noticing is it looks like we might have a little more space, or might need a little more space on this left side. So let me modify my grid. What I want to do is on the x-axis, which I can now see because this little gizmo in the bottom left, I'm going to double the size of my grid to 20. And now I'm also going to need to double the columns to make sure I now have a grid as well. And while I've done that, maybe I could even increase my other dimension as well. So the nice thing about using this same grid for the inner seams and the cubes themselves is then regardless of what I set my grid size to, so I'm going to go back, set my display flag on the merge. Whatever I set my grid here, it will update these internal ones automatically. So I can even do 50 by 50, which will take a while to cook. But now I've got a nice setup here. And we even have all these tiny cubes. If we were going to work at this high of a density, it might make more sense to instance the cube instead of creating all of these. Because if I middle mouse on this merge down here, we can now see I've got 1.8 million points. And we're going to ignore these here because this is telling me that some of my attributes are not consistent. And we're actually not going to use a merge because we're going to import these all directly into Solaris. So I'm going to set this back to 20 and 15. And actually it looks like it needs to be 15 and 20. And that is just the same ratio for the size here on the X to the Z. And there we go. Awesome. I think that is good for now. We now have enough to set up most of this. Maybe even what I want to do is get some of these cubes a little bit lower. So maybe for this, adjust float. I'm going to take the minimum here on my initial attribute randomize, and I'm going to decrease this by middle mouse button and dragging left. And I don't need to do it on all these values. So if I do a middle mouse on the min value, it's going to move every single one. So I can Control Z to undo. If I middle mouse only on one of these, it will move this. But these don't actually matter because my dimensions are 1. So Houdini is ignoring these on the right. So I'm going to set this maybe to negative, or excuse me, not negative, maybe 0.8, just so I do get a little more visibility on these edges here. And maybe I'll remove this color. So right now this color node is giving my primitives these colors, but I'm going to connect this so I'm not using this in my final output here. So awesome. This is almost all that we need. We are actually going to need a few more things to get these materials set up, but I'm going to do that in the next section of the video so that I can keep some nice and consistent timestamps below. And before I end this section, what I'm going to do is go down to my task list and actually check off this entire section. So I'm going to mark this as a dark green. And I'm going to delete that and put that on a new sticky note, which was the shadow caused by other shapes off camera. This I'm not sure if I'm going to need, so maybe I'll color it a red. But I'm going to get finished with the initial setup of my lighting and materials and then take a look back at these to see if I need those. So awesome. These are completed. I'm going to end this section now, and we're going to start up with some layout next in lighting. All right, welcome back and welcome to the next section of the implementation, which is going to be the start of the Solaris setup, as well as a little bit of an approach on lighting. So to get started with this section, I'm actually going to cut my merge node because this was only for visualizing, or previewing the setups all together. But we're actually going to import these all into Solaris and then see what they look like there. So I'm going to hit U to go up. I'm going to go now jump into my layout and lighting section. And one thing actually I want to show you, I actually do not really know, or I mean, I do know, I really don't care seeing stuff here on my scene geo. So if you do see stuff here, it really is just the display flag set on whatever node you have in here. So what we can do is if we do a null, and I do like to name these empty nulls, I'm going to do an output. And what this is going to do is it's going to force this to be set on my display flag output up here. So now, no matter what I have set down here while I'm working, if I hit U to go up, it will always disappear, regardless of whether or not I have this display flag set. So I'm going to hit U to go up, jump inside my layout, because we actually will be doing all of our layout inside of Solaris and with USD. Which, if you don't know what that is, you could check out the first video on the beginner lesson series, but we really don't need to know more past what that covers. So I now want to import these here, and I actually believe I've already linked them, which it looks like I have. So there we go. But if you haven't linked those, all we're going to do here is we just select the nulls that we want to bring in. And then we can see some of these issues here for our normals, but we're not going to worry about those because we're only going to fix those if they actually show an issue in our rendering. So do not worry about those. What I want to do now is start with grafting in my actual geometry, but maybe what I'll do is define a little bit the organization for how I want to structure my scene graph tree. So these are really just folders, or we can think of these primitives as folders. So I'm going to do one for my geo, one for my lighting, one for my materials, one for my camera. And I think that might be all. And now it's going to create these primitives here. And we can also do subfolders. So I could say my lighting /01, my lighting /02, but I actually don't need these. So I'm going to delete those. And I do want to keep my lighting. And then now what I want to do is I'm going to merge all of these together because I want to merge the geometry and then graft all of that at once. And right now nothing's going to happen because I have to set the source prim path of what I want to merge, which is going to be this root primitive, which is going to take everything on this right side. And where I want to put that is not inside of my camera. It is inside of my geo. And then we are going to get this warning, which is, if I rearrange these, it is an error on my component for my primitive kind. And I believe if you are not using Houdini 21, you will not see this. But the quick fix for this is on our primitives here, we can just define a kind. And that's really all that we need to do. And kinds in USD, from what I've understood, are organizations or little tags we can use to organize these purely for our own ease of use. So this is more so for us to define and better organize bigger scenes. So I'm going to leave this here. And now I've got my geometry, which is looking good. And then for lights, I'm going to do a dome light. I'll connect that. I actually do know, so I'm going to hit U to go up. I do know that I want to have a dome light, and then I am going to need another light that's going to cast this shadow, and another light that's going to cast this shadow here. So I'm going to need two area lights, which are rectangle lights here. So I'm going to do this one. I'm going to say this is small. I'll say this is hard shadow. Then I'll say this is soft shadow. And those are going to be those two lights here. And this is going to be HDRI. So I will not connect these two lights yet because I want to place those before I connect them. But now I'm going to do, actually I could connect them and then disable them. And now on this graph branches, I want to merge this one. So this is what primitive I want to merge, or what primitive I want to graft. And where I want to move them to is my lighting. And there will also be this other primitive lights. And in Solaris, by default, Houdini gives you this primitive here for organization. So if you do not mind having that, we can leave that there. But if we wanted to get rid of that, we could just say this as $OS. And now we'll only have this one without any sub primitives for lights. But I'm going to do a control middle mouse button to reset this to its default value. And then I might do a positioning of my camera. So now I have to set my display flag at or below this camera. I'll click this lock icon, and now I can adjust the placement of my camera. So let's do, I'm going to set this to smooth wire shaded so I can see my cubes a little bit better. Let's find a nice setup that kind of looks a little bit like this, because we've got this right back wall here, which will be right here. And then I think I could zoom in a little bit more. So these are a little bit bigger. It looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4. And right now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the width. So maybe I'm going to place it here. And I want to move my fall off for the height of these cubes a little bit further to the right. And what I could do to do that is I could either go back to my geometry context on this network view, or I could even just use this right one here. And because this is a relatively lightweight scene, I could just merge, or excuse me, I can move this add node by hitting P to get my parameters. And then if I adjust these values, which is kind of going to be hard to see what's going on, you see, it's going to merge, or it's going to move the fall off here. But instead of just adjusting that, what I can also do is drag this add node to here to now snap this network view to where this other one was. And what I want to do here is go to the add, hit enter to get my gizmo, and just move this a little bit closer. I'm going to ignore that error. But I'm going to move this add a little bit closer to this wall. And if I want it to be a little bit quicker, I could set my display flag. Or I could even disable the bevel, and that would make it move a good bit quicker. And I'm going to lift this up so the fall off is a little less wide, because I only want a few of these. Now I think that's going to be good for me. So I'm going to hit U on the right side, hit P to close this parameter pane. And there we go. Now I'm going to hit U on the left side here to jump up here and jump back into my LOP network. And now with my hero camera, if I move my camera, we can now see 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3 and a half. So we could even zoom in a little bit more. And I'm going to do a control 1 to set a quick mark here. And if I hit U to go up, jump back into geometry, I can hit control 2 to set another quick mark. And now I can jump back and forth between these really quickly by hitting 1 and 2. But I think this is going to be okay for now. We can dial in the exact setup of these later. But for now, let's actually just set and see what this looks like rendered. So because we've got our lights connected and my camera set, I can now go to Karma XPU. And now we can see what this is looking like. So I'm actually going to quickly pause the video and then come back for a new section where I'm going to do some lighting here. All right, welcome back. In this section, I'm going to do a little bit of work on the lighting to try to at least start to match this reference down here. And currently, if we do, or if you did jump ahead here, all I've got here is a dome HDRI, or a dome light, which currently has no HDRI. So I'm going to do $hip, because I've already created, or I've already added actually, an HDRI texture, which I will use. And if you've downloaded the project files, you should have this as well. But I did actually get this one from Polyhaven. So I do recommend checking that out for some free resources. So I'll leave the sticky note up here. But what we can do now for our HDRI is I just want to get a tiny, tiny bit of lighting on this dark area here. So I'm going to set my intensity to 0.1, just because I think I want to have the smallest amount really of lighting. And then because this is an HDRI, I can move its location just to be closer to where I'm looking with my camera. And then that way the gizmo is a little more accessible, but that won't have much of an influence on the actual lighting because this is an infinite dome. Now that I've got HDRI, maybe I'll do a little bit less. And then I'm going to do a light here for, I'll start maybe with this harsh shadow. And I think it might be, I'm going to start to place this, but I might want to add in those blockers for the light because I might really need to get those placed correctly. So I'm going to zoom out. I want to make sure I do not have my lock icon on the camera. And I'm going to make this, because really I could be an area light or a spotlight. But I'm going to use an area light because there are some barn doors on the shaping under spotlight that I could help to dial in a little bit these edges if I don't actually want to use any light blockers. So I'm going to zoom out and place this relatively far away because I also want to have the intensity of this light kind of be the same on this left side and the right side. So the way I'm going to choose to set that up is to make sure it's far, really, really far away. Let's set my normalized power here checked. And I'll set the exposure, do something really, really big. And then I'm going to go back to XPU. Then I'll just decrease my exposure until it looks a little more appropriate. So I'll do 9 for now, maybe 10, because I can always adjust this later. And then the shadow I'm actually getting is this shadow here, which looks like it's actually almost lined up. But I'm going to do, so I'm going to have my, I just hit escape here. I want to have this light node selected. Then I'm going to hit enter or return over my scene view, and I'm going to select shadow. And I'm going to start placing the shadow, because I think this is going to be a little easier to adjust its exact location. And this might actually be pretty close. Because for example, for this cube here, I'm getting this nice shape down, and I'm getting this left side. And it's a left click, and you can hit Shift F1 to show these hints. Left click to place the pivot, and Shift left click to place the target. So I'm going to leave that now for the hard shadow. And to make it actually hard, I want to make sure normalized power is checked. And I'm going to do 0.02 for my width. Maybe even smaller, 0.01. So a very tiny light. And actually, it looks like if I make my light too small, that's going to cause some issues. So let's do 0.03. And we can switch this to a spotlight later if we do need to have a perfectly harsh light. Now instead of this soft shadow, I'm going to delete it. And I'm just going to duplicate my hard shadow light and rename this to soft shadow and connect this. And then I'll disable my hard shadow light for now. But what I want to do is I now want to get this cut off here. So if I go into shaping, I can maybe use this area here to reduce it, or I could try the barn door settings. So let me increase these barn doors until I start seeing it cut in from the side. And it looks like if I increase these barn doors, maybe to, actually this looks kind of good. I'm not getting that harsh right angle. So right here, there's a nice harsh line, which I'm not quite getting with this because I'm not able to get as much of a control with the barn door. So maybe it would have been a good idea to do some light blocking, but I think this will be okay for now. Now I can modify this edge to increase the softness. And I'll start on this left side. And I think that's actually a good amount. I might want to open up this barn door. And this composition is going to change once we start to animate these cubes. So I'll leave it like this, maybe increase it a tiny bit so it's in the center of our frame, which matches the composition a little better. And then I'm going to increase the top barn door edge. And then I'll enable my hard light again. And this HDRI really doesn't have too much of an influence, which is fine. So now let me make sure my soft shadow light is a good balance for the intensity, which I think is okay for now. It's going to be easier to adjust these once we have materials set up. But it does look like I'm getting a little bit of overexposure here. So I'm going to leave that at 11. And I might want to tighten up this barn door edge. So I'm going to go here to soft shadow shaping. I'm going to decrease that left edge and maybe the right, or the, excuse me, the top edge as well. I really don't need a bottom barn door. or the left I do need. The right I also really don't need. And if we wanted to do some coloring here on the focus, we could get an internal lighting here, but it looks like this is relatively uniform coloring. So we won't do that. But I think that's actually pretty good. We are now not getting this soft shadow on the back right. So maybe there's a third light as well. Maybe we could try to use our HDRI, because that's not that visible. But I don't think our HDRI is going to give us this setup. So I'm going to move this. Maybe I'll put my HDRI back down. Well, we'll pause for now, or at least pause the lighting. I think there's some work we could do to figure out exactly where that shadow is. But for now, I think this is going to be fine for what we want to do. And then I will quickly pause the video and then come back and set up the materials. And I'm actually going to leave the HDRI on because I think it's going to give us some nice reflections on these materials. But awesome. It's going to be all for now, and then I'll be back in just 1 second to do those materials. All right, welcome back. In this section, I'm going to take a start at the materials and actually set them up in maybe 2 ways, but I think we might just stick with triplanar because it's going to be a little bit easier to use. But we will run into one issue, which is going to be sliding textures. And there's a couple ways we can fix that, but that's going to be something to be aware of when using triplanar textures. So I'm actually going to disable my lighting here, and it looks like it's not a fan. Houdini is not a fan of this really, really tiny area light. But in the render it looks fine, so we're going to leave it. So I'm going to go back to VK, Houdini Vulkan. And first I'm going to jump inside my materials, and I'm going to create a USD MaterialX builder. And if you are a little bit more new to materials in Houdini, I'd recommend checking out the material lesson because we dive into detail on a lot of these properties here. But I'm going to do a really quick setup. My concrete material. I'm going to jump inside here, and just to start, I'm going to set this to a very aggressive color. And the reason I do that is because I like to see in my scene view my material correctly being assigned. So I'm in my material library, excuse me. I'm going to autofill to bring it up into my scene graph. And then on this graphed branches, I want to do my source prim path. I'm going to set that to the root prim, which will merge in everything. And now, instead of, right now it's merging it in my lighting because I've left this default expression in, but I like to set these explicitly. So I'm going to do my materials, and there we go. And if I did not want this second materials prim or primitive, I could delete this material path prefix. But I'm fine with this one, so I'm going to leave it like this. I'm going to clear, and actually I really didn't need to clear, but now I'm going to use this assign materials node to take my concrete material and actually assign it to everything in my geo. And now we can see, because I've set it to green, we can now see everything here. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to need a primvar reader to read in a rest position, but I actually do not have a rest position. So I'm going to hit U to go up, and I'm going to need to create a rest position on my actual geometry. And a rest position is just the position of the object, and it's a copy of its actual position attribute stored in a variable or in an attribute named rest, which is a really common thing that has many, many uses. So I'm just going to go create a rest node, and all that does is it copies position into rest. I'm going to do this for everything. So I've got one here for my back wall, my cubes, and then my grid base or base grid structure. I'm going to go back to Solaris and then back to my materials, back to my concrete material. And now that I've got this rest position, I want to make sure I'm reading it in as a vector 3 because it's an XYZ position. And I'm going to use a triplanar projection. Now for this triplanar projection, I'm going to connect this rest position to the position. And on this file node, I'm going to do, or file here, I'm going to do $hip. And I've already created a folder with a material that I'll use, which is this scuffed cement. So I'm going to get the diffuse texture, and I'll connect this. I'll actually use an unlit material, so surface unlit, just to quickly preview what's going on. And what I'll see, hopefully, if Houdini loads. So I'm going to hit U to go up. It looks like I do not have my display flag set in the correct side, and it looks like I actually do. So my material is assigned. What's happening now is this texture is being projected only on the x-axis. So I'm going to right click, copy parameter, and then right click, paste relative references for the file Y, paste relative references for the file Z. And I actually do think I might have forgotten to name the actual variable or the actual attribute I want to read. So if I type in rest, I can go also a divide here or a multiply. What I want to do is get this incoming position, and this divide or a multiply would let me scale that position. And now, because it's the unlit surface, we're not seeing anything. But if I connect back my surface here and connect this to my base color, we will now see our concrete material. And we can adjust this here to change the tiling. So a bigger number here is going to have fewer tiles because we're dividing, but if I used multiply, it'd be the opposite. So I'm going to leave this rest position. Let's say this is scale my tile or my image. And I also want to do a alt drag on this to create a roughness. And in here, I'm going to set this to a float because the roughness map that I'm going to read is a black and white image. So I'm going to go rough, hit accept. And for roughness maps, what I like to do is I like to use a float ramp, which lets me remap the values here. And I can now go to specular roughness, and it will let me remap these roughness values coming in here. And there we go. And maybe I'll do one more. I'm going to use a bump map. Actually a normal map, not a bump map. I'm going to switch back to Houdini Vulkan. And I'm going to go here and set this to norm. And then for this one, I want the signature to be a vector 3 because it should be a XYZ vector. And the reason it's not color, we did cover in the material lesson, but that is because this vector should not have any color transforms applied. And I'm going to need a bump map, or excuse me, not a bump map, a normal map. So I'm going to go here to in. This is going to scale the actual normal. I'm going to open up my geometry setting here and connect normal to this out. I'll let Houdini think. And then another thing I can do actually is sometimes with materials, it is nice to see a additional light in our scene to really make sure what we are expecting to happen for materials is happening. So I'm going to do a sphere light actually, which I believe is just light, and then set it to sphere. I'm going to connect this, and I want to move it along the negative z-axis, or whoops, looks like the positive z-axis, because I want to bring it into my scene or the view here, and I'm going to increase this maybe just a little bit, because I will disable this. I just want another light here to see. I'm going to jump back into my concrete material and actually zoom in. And now that I'm looking at my materials, I can actually go to correction toolbar and set this to aces to get a little bit better of a exposure on my correction. Or not really exposure, but a little bit better handling on the actual color. And now we can see this is working correctly. I can increase my intensity here of the normal map. And if I want a smooth concrete, which it looks like this one is, I can set this down here. Or I can set this back down, and then what I can do is I can set this maximum roughness on my ramp. Maybe I'll put this 2.7. And this is going to give me a little bit smoother of a concrete, which actually does look pretty good. And we can see these nice reflections that we've got on the sides. But the obvious thing is our color is now not matching. So what I'm going to do is a color correct on my diffuse, and I'm going to decrease my saturation. And I think I actually do want to decrease the contrast as well, because I'm seeing this is a little bit less contrasted than the texture I chose to use. So I'm going to take this, maybe decrease my contrast, and then decreasing the contrast will usually increase the brightness of this here. So I could decrease my gamma if I wanted to bring it back down. But then I might lose some of that contrast again in these colors. So maybe I could decrease the exposure. So I'm going to leave this at 0.8. Maybe I'll modify the exposure. I could also change the lighting. If this is too dark, a better approach probably would be to change the lighting, because I can now see that I think my lighting actually is a little too dark, because in these shadows, those are not quite as dark as my shadows here. So I'm going to hit U to go up. Apologies for that quick cut. We're going to continue going here. And what I was going to do is I was going to modify my lighting just so I could better match the shadows in this image. So we are going to hopefully figure out this shadow later. But for now, I'm going to increase. Actually, maybe what I could do, I'm going to go to my Karma render settings, and I want to be able to visualize all of these individually. So I could either enable them and disable them one by one, or another trick that I can do is inside my Karma render settings, I can go to rendering, or actually, excuse me, image output, AOVs, and I can check on my beauty render split per LPE tag. That's going to render out individual layers for every light that has an LPE tag. And now on this light, if I go to Karma LPE tag, I can now set this to anything I want. And I can say this is HDRI. So what I'm going to do here is name these lights. So now Karma LPE tag, set or create, hard, shadow. On soft shadow, I'll select this. Karma LPE tag, set or create, soft shadow. And maybe what I could do is prefix these with an L underscore. That might be a little better practice, just in case I had a bunch of other AOVs. This might be easier to see exactly which one is the light. I'll do a Karma LPE tag on this as well. This will be point. And now, if I have my Karma set on XPU and my display flag at or below this render settings that sets my LPE tag, on this little button right here, I can now view the individual layers of each of these lights. So I'm going to go back to the beauty, which is C of all of these together. And I might wait for Houdini to recompile. Welcome back. Apologies for that quick cut. What I'm now going to do is I want to increase the shadows or the darkness inside some of these shadows to better match a little bit the contrast we've got here. So the way I'm going to try to do that is I'm going to try to increase first just the intensity of this HDRI. Which will, looks like, fix some of this stuff. But now we're seeing this is a little bit darker in the back than this front side. So there might have been some shadow blockers blocking a little bit more the light. So maybe what I'll try to do is I'll do a quick pass at maybe a single shadow blocker just for the HDRI, and then we will maybe leave it at that, at least for the lighting. So I'm going to go first to back wall, because if I zoom out here, I think I want to increase the height of these a little bit more, because I want a ceiling to be relatively high, at least higher than these lights on the side. So I'm going to go to back wall. I'm going to jump to where this is here. And what I want to do is add a transform node before my rest position. I'm going to scale this up. And the reason I'm going to do it before my rest is because if I do it after, that's going to also scale the textures I'm applying to this object. So I'll leave it right here. I'm going to go back to Solaris, and this will update automatically. And now I'm going to look at where my light is, because if I add a ceiling, I want to make sure I'm not accidentally blocking this spotlight or this area light. And the way I'll add a ceiling is I'm just going to use a box. Maybe I'll do another merge down here. I'll connect this to the merge, and then this right here. And this will just let me enable and disable this cube. So I'm going to place this cube a little bit higher, maybe 10 by 10. and make sure it intersects with both of these sides. And let me even now look to see what this looks like. I'm going to go back to my camera. I'm going to go just on my HDRI, and I'm going to rotate this and see if I can find an area or a placement of this HDRI that lets me get a little bit that gradient. Because even with just this cube, I am noticing a tiny bit more of that lightness from the dark to the back, or from the back to the front, excuse me. But I want to get this dark area and the front area. I think this is almost there. And maybe I'll actually fix the issue with these grids, because some of the shadows are not quite the same. So I'll leave it. I'll call this fine for now, because I am seeing this dark in the back and the lighter in the front. I'll re-enable these other lights. This one light I actually won't enable, because I don't need this one. I'm going to look at these tags here. And it looks like actually this harsh shadow, I'm getting a little bit of a shadow in the back from that light. So what I could do is maybe extend this a little bit more in that direction. So maybe I'll do that. I'm going to make a quick list. I'm going to say extend the back left side of the grid. And I also want to fix the low extrusions. And what those are is on this back side, if I select up here and go to flat wire shaded, what I'll see here is some of these grids or some of these boxes are going below my grid, but here they're all above. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to fix that. I'm going to go back to SOP import. The first thing I'll do is I'll extend this grid. So I can do that by just changing this size here. Maybe I'll make this 30, and I'll need to increase this columns to 30. And that will have everything else adjust automatically. And to make sure nothing is negative, I'm going to hit space G to reframe. I'm going to need to make sure these aren't negative. This right now, my attribute randomize, because it's doing a value less than 1, some of these values aren't reaching the edge of my grid or my little checkerboard grid-based structure. So that's going to be fine. As long as I make this value here 1, then those values will all hit that area. And now what I can do to bring some of them back down is on the randomize. So this mask is just going to control the intensity or the scale of this value here. So what I can do is on this adjust float, the attribute adjust float here, I can bring down this minimum value. That's going to let some of these values go below the edge of this grid. If I want to view them together, I can either control click this template flag, or I could even just connect these two here. And I'm going to add a quick color here after my out grid base structure, just so we can see exactly what's going on. So this right here, if I set it to 0, because I'm only adding a positive value to the height that's being used by this poly extrude, nothing is going to go lower than what it initially is. If I add a negative value, it will subtract from this value here that was a maximum of 1 to 1.05. So I'm going to do maybe negative 0.4, because this does go a little bit low. And now you can see our values are only being adjusted within this mask, which does look like it's working correctly. I could leave these two here because I'm referencing into Solaris after this, or at this null. So whatever's after here, it doesn't really matter. So I'm going to go back to my Solaris context. I had now extended this grid, or this backside to the left, and I've fixed the low extrusions. So I'm going to delete that note, and I'll go back to my camera, my hero camera, and now this dark shadow should be gone, and I should have an even area around here, at least a little more even, which it looks like it is. Now let me do another quick pass on these versions here, or these lights, and I can select my render settings to view the individual light contributions. Again, because I've checked this split per LPE tag. And I think this soft shadow needs to increase a little bit. Maybe the HDRI value could decrease a bit. And the nice thing about these is we can modify these in compositing. But I think that's okay. I'm going to leave this value. Actually, maybe I'll leave it at point. I'll do 0.5. And then I'm going to add another fill light on the back right to fill up some of these darker shadows. So I'll disable this really quickly. And I'll just do, well, I'll do a rectangle light. So I'll duplicate this one here. So shadow fill, or I'll just name it fill. I'm going to name my Karma LPE tag to fill right. And what I'll do is I will make this a little bit bigger. Now if I connect this to my lights, I can hit enter and shadow up here and hit shift F1 if I want to view my tooltips. But I can place my new light here. And right now it is a little farther away than I want it to be, because it's all the way out here. I'm going to hit M to change my transform, and I just want to place it inside this grid area. And I'm going to disable the shaping that I had. Now let me decrease this by quite a bit. There we go. I think that works well, actually. And now this isn't bright enough yet to actually cast any shadows, but it is filling up a little bit the right side. Maybe I could do a snapshot. So I'll say this is with fill on, and I can disable. Wait for it to render. And then say with fill off. Now right click here. I just double clicked this to open it. Right click. I want color correction. And I'll set it to aces. So it does brighten up a tiny bit. And I do kind of like that. So I might call it a day there, and we can even see our individual contributions here. Awesome. All right, we'll leave it there for lighting. I'm going to go down to my Chroma render settings. I'm going to set this to maybe a 4K render. I'll do 256, and I'm going to do filter. Under image output filter, I can add a denoiser, and I will render out a quick preview. And while that's going, I'm going to recap what we've done so far. So we have set up our camera. Actually, what I could do on my Chroma render settings is under rendering, camera effects, I can disable depth of field and disable motion blur, because we do not want those, and that will save us a tiny bit of time when rendering. So we've completed those, so I'm going to check those as green. Render settings, we've also completed those here, so I'm going to check those as green. For the lighting, we did a dome light, window light, softer light. We did a few of these, and the smaller light for these harsh shadows, which we did. So I'm going to check that as complete. And materials, we set up our single concrete material. We do see a little bit of the tiling, but it's actually not that visible because it's not tiling exactly at a 1-to-1 for every single cube. So I'm going to mark this as complete. And there we go. Now I think technically we've recreated this image. There's still a little bit of work we could do to match it perfectly. But I'm going to wait for this to render. Maybe I'll take a snapshot really quickly right now. I'm going to say this is my 4K render. I'll open this up. Close this here. And then maybe quickly compare what we could improve on, and then I am going to continue a little bit more and actually set up some animation of the cubes, and then maybe a better match at some of this coloring, because it looks like we are now noticing, when we do look at this in detail, quite a few areas. I think there's some color here. It looks like some yellows, a tiny bit of greens maybe. And then there's still this shadow here, which maybe we'll leave out. Maybe I'll try to figure out how to set up. We are seeing the concrete. I think my concrete could be a little bit less rough, because I am seeing some nice reflections on this reference that I'm not quite seeing here. And then for the overexposure, this is kind of blown out here on this right side, but we don't quite see any of that on this render. So maybe I could do another light, maybe a duplicate of this light here, and use that to control whether or not I do have this blown out. And I could do that in compositing, or even just with a little bit of glow. But for now, I'm going to end this section of the video and then, come back with a couple touch-ups, a quick animation, and then maybe a mini section on compositing. So awesome. I think that'll be all, and I'll be back in just 1 second. Welcome back to the next section of this video. In this one, I'm going to do a little bit of touch-up on some of the lighting and then set up some animation for the actual cubes themselves. So the only touch-up actually I'll do for the lighting, and maybe I will split this into 2 sections. There's some color here that I am not seeing on my render. And actually I can see it pretty distinctly now that I am seeing them side by side. So I'm going to minimize this. And I think my approach to getting this color might even just be tinting one of these lights. So I'm going to first actually set it back to Vulkan, because I had done a 4K preview just to see what we were looking like. So I'm going to set this back to 1920. I'll let Houdini think. And I'm going to go back to Karma XPU. And then the main color here is maybe a little bit from the HDRI. But let me go here to my render outputs, which we set with Karma, these LPE tags. I'm going to look at my HDRI. And try to see if I'd want to color that one, color this one, or this one here. I think the best way to do it is going to be the soft shadow. So I'll go here to soft shadow, which is the correct light. And maybe I'm going to go color. And I'm actually just going to pick from my reference image here. And it looks like there's some yellows we're seeing. So I'm going to go back to increase the value. Now if I go back to my C for the channel of all of them combined together, we can see I'm now getting a little bit of this tint on yellow, but actually looks like this is only on the fringe, so only on the edge of this light. So maybe I'll try to use this focus. So if I set this to a really big number, we will maybe a higher saturated value, because I wanted to only tint the edge. And I really didn't want to tint the edge. I wanted to bring it back to white. So maybe what I can do actually is I'll leave this focus off. Yeah, I'll leave it off. I'm going to leave this on this color. And then I might even just decrease this maybe to 10. I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to say soft shadow inner, because I'm going to try to get this same fall off a little bit just by having two lights. And I'm going to merge these, cut this, and then connect these. And that's just so visually I can see these are supposed to work together. Now under the LPE tag, I'm going to have to rename this second one to inner. And to make sure it only is working on the inside, maybe I'll make it a very aggressive blue. And we can now see its area here. And I'll decrease its angle. Maybe I'll do a shaping on the outer one. I'm going to copy parameter. And I'll paste a relative reference on the inner. So now as I decrease or increase the outer, this one, it's going to change the inside. And I actually still need to do maybe a -1, maybe -5, because I want to see this difference here. Maybe 9. And I'm seeing a little bit this difference. There's this little edge and then there's the blue. But to get rid of the blue, I'm just going to set this back to white. And this soft shadow here, I could increase this. And now we can see there's 2 layers of saturation in this light. But I'll decrease that. I think that's okay. So barely noticeable. It's up to you if you're following along on whether or not you want to try to set that up. Another thing we could do is we could also tint this in compositing. But I do kind of like that. And then maybe what I might do is take a look at my HDRI and see if I should tint this. So it really doesn't look like there's much color. Maybe if anything, some reds. But that might have been better matched by finding a different HDRI that has a little more sky, because I think this is an indoor HDRI. But maybe I'll leave that with a tiny bit of saturation. Maybe I'll increase the inner intensity to get a little bit of this brightness. And then I'm going to pause and reset again, because this was an extension for the lighting. Maybe I will take a snapshot. I'm going to say this is, well, hold on, wait for Houdini to think. This is lighting edge yellow. If I stop my render, double click to open, which it looks like I did, but minimized it, I can now go to color correction, which is already set to aces. But now we can see a little bit this tint. And I do kind of like that. We are matching a little bit better the colors, and probably do need to get a light block, because now I'm noticing that we are definitely missing that additional shadow. So I guess since we are still in lighting, we will adjust this, which really was supposed to be this light here. So we really have most of our emphasis here from this single light. So let me rearrange these. I'm going to put these on the right side just so I can select these three together. This here and this backside. So maybe what we could do is we could get that exact setup in a little mix of compositing later. And I probably should link all these barn doors. I could have done a reference copy, but for now, to make sure we're not going too far on time, maybe actually I will leave this here for now, and then we'll do animation, and then maybe come back at the end to dial this in. So awesome. That's going to be the end of the lighting section, at least for now, and I'll be back in just a minute. All right, welcome back. In this section of the video, we're going to do a quick approach at a camera animation as well as some basic geometry animation. So to get started, I probably should do the geometry animation first because that might define a little bit how I want to set up my camera. So I'm going to go back to my geometry context where I was creating this, and then this reference actually by 6 and 5 was not animated in their final piece. So I did look a lot to see if I could see how they animated this, but I couldn't. So maybe what we'll do is just explore a little bit how we might want to set this up. But maybe what might be cool is first I'm going to actually go to my poly extrude, actually my poly bevel, and I'm going to disable this for now just so it recooks a little bit quicker. And then another thing, I'm now seeing this as my very long camera angle or camera focal length from Solaris. And the way I can fix this is if I hit space and G, I'll reframe my scene view here. Whoops, I'm now space G to the add, so it's zooming me in a lot. If I select just this grid or any other node that's not this single point, I can now reframe and I'll get my default camera focal length, which is a little more reasonable. But now let's think about animation. So I'll get my add, select this. You could either animate this position here to control how it looks, and that might actually be kind of cool. My initial thought that I'm thinking now, and the really cool thing about this add is we can kind of set up some procedural effects. So if I did a sphere, I could do sphere polygon. I will go here, and actually the nice thing is, because I am working on point attributes, so right here class point, and I've been working on this as a point attribute of mask, I could just go, I'm going to copy the parameter for where my sphere was, where my add was, and I'm going to paste that value on the sphere. So now the sphere is in the same spot as my add. But what I can do is, because, whoops, I'm going to make a little bit more space. And I'm going to get W to go back out of wireframe. because this add was using a point attribute, I could just use this sphere. This is if I wanted to do this. And I can now transform this sphere, and that can control the fall off. Which maybe I want that, maybe I don't. But I'm trying to think now, maybe I could have some kind of animated sphere moving through these, which might be kind of cool. But another thing I could do, maybe leave it as the add. Maybe I will leave it for add. I was trying to think of an idea, but maybe I'll save that for a different fun project. I was thinking of a ball rolling, but that might be a little side tracked, or a little too far of a tangent to implement on this one. So I could either animate the position of the add, the distance threshold I could also do, which might be kind of cool. Maybe that actually would be cool. Or the remap. I could really animate wherever I'd want. Maybe for now, I'll just do maybe I'll do a movement here left to right, or I guess along the z-axis, and I'm going to add a transform. I'm going to color this transform green because I'm going to add a keyframe only on this transform. I'm going to make sure the X value wasn't too far off, because I want to make sure when I go back to Solaris, my camera placement still looks good. But I want to do a transform this way. And I think what would be cool is if I have the cubes rising up kind of in one direction, and then maybe a slight animation on my light that kind of goes in the opposite direction. So maybe I'll start here. I'm going to add a translate key by alt left clicking here. And I'm going to go all the way to frame 240. And if this was 0.5, maybe I'll make it negative 0.5. And I'm now going to go select these. Actually, maybe what I can do is open up my animation editor here. And I'll go to the Translate X. I'm going to select these all. And if I click this line, that will make them linear. And I think this might be too slow for me. So I'm going to go right. Maybe -5 is not enough. Maybe I'll do -1. And maybe here I'll set this to 2. And maybe I'll leave it like this. If I wanted to also view a animation flipbook, I could hold down flipbook with new settings. I like to uncheck the resolution so it renders at the same resolution as this window here. So maybe I'll do that really quick. And then the next setup, what I would do is, depending on your project in Houdini, you might want to cache the animation before you render it in Solaris. But because this geometry is so lightweight, which is just cubes, I'm not going to do that. Because then I would have to do a cache for every single cube at every single frame. And if I was going to cache, I should have changed my workflow. And there we go. Maybe what I could also do is I'm going to click this to disconnect it. We can now see these are time dependent because there's an animation here. And maybe let me find my noise. And on this offset, I'm just going to use a tiny value. So I'm going to color this green as well, because I'm adding a keyframe here. And I want to be able to remember where I put my keyframes. I'm going to alt click, move to the left, or move all the way to the right by clicking this button here. And let me do a tiny amount for my offset. Now on this animation editor, which if you don't see, you should be able to drag the actual value you animated and select it linear. And now I'm going to do a new flipbook. Now the nice thing about me disconnecting this flipbook is I should be able to open up the other one. Now we're seeing a tiny bit of movement on these other ones, which I think looks good. So awesome. I'm going to disable that or disconnect that just in case I want to do another one later. I'm going to minimize those. And then I'm going to re-enable this bevel, which is now going to take a little bit longer to cook, but that'll be okay. And then the other thing we have to be aware of is now our UV coordinates or our rest position is actually going to be set in world space. So as we move these images, and what I could do is a UV, well, I'll show you in Solaris actually instead. So if I hit U to go up and jump back into Solaris, I can now see right now if I've got the one after my materials, or my display flag after my materials have been assigned. Maybe let me do a flipbook here. So I'm going to uncheck resolution. So now it renders to the same resolution as my scene view. And I'm going to make sure I had disconnected these two here. And I'll actually pause those. Then let me do a start. And we'll see that my textures are going to be static in the world, but my geometry is going to move. So we'll see these sliding textures here. And there's a few ways we can fix that. The most straightforward way and the most intuitive way probably would have been to animate the position of these cubes instead of the extrusion of them. I'm going to let this finish. But we could fix this by offsetting our rest position based on the height that each cube has gone. Or use UVs, but we stuck with rest and triplanar, so I'm going to stick with those. I'm going to uncheck this to disconnect that. And now we can see our textures are stuck in world space while the cubes are still animating. So I'm going to minimize that. And then let me do a quick solution actually to fix that texture issue. I'm going to jump back to my cubes. And I'm actually going to pause really quick for my dog, and then I'll be right back. Welcome back. Apologies for that quick cut. What I was going to do is fix the rest position issue. And I'm going to first disable the poly bevel just so we can move a little bit quicker in my scene. But the main issue we're having now is these cubes are being animated and the rest is being computed after they're animated. And there's really no way to fix that because the animation we're actually doing is actually in the extrusion. So it's not like we're extruding these cubes a certain amount and then animating them after they've been extruding. The animation actually is just in the extrusion. So a nice way to fix this is, because this is really just a position and the height here is an offset in the position, I'm going to try to fix this by just actually adding to the rest position whatever my extrusion height was. So the height of my cube equals the height of my cube plus this right here. This is the offset. So I'm going to Control C to copy. I'm going to name this offset, and I'm going to say float offset equals this. So this right here is the exact same result as the code that was just before, but now I've promoted, or I haven't promoted really, I've created a variable for offset. And now what I can do is I can do f at offset equals, or maybe I'll say this, I'll say rest offset equals offset, because I want to add this value to my rest position. And this we'll have to be aware of is a float, and it's also on the primitives. So there's two things I'm going to need to do first. The first thing, I need to set this from primitives to points, and then the second thing, I need to set this float to a vector, because our rest is a vector. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to say this is save the offset of the cube height to the attribute at rest offset. And we use this f to define the type of the attribute. So this f means float. So what I want is an attribute promote to now move this, and I created it here. I'm going to say move offset to points. And I could do this either before or after the extrusion. It really doesn't matter. So maybe I'll do it right before my rest. And the only thing, I want to make sure it stays working with my bevel and extrusion. So I'm going to do this after, and if it debugs or if it breaks, I'll debug why. But in reality, or in theory, it shouldn't matter where you do this. You just have to be aware your attributes are moving in the correct way. So I want to go from primitive rest offset, which was this one here, and I want to promote it to points because our rest attribute is a point attribute. So right here we've got rest offset on points. Now I can use a wrangle because what I have is rest offset, rest, and points. Now all I want to do is add this rest offset, which we'll notice is animating. I want to add that to the Y position of my rest. I'm going to say add rest offset to rest. And the other thing to be aware of is this right here, the height of my cube is a multiplication of this distance. So if I'm not doing the same world space offset right now of 1, if this was 2, I might need to scale the offset value here. So this isn't actually the world distance or the extrusion distance. All that I'm going to try to do is this is the multiplication scale against the distance here. So I hope that makes sense, but definitely let me know if there's questions. I'm going to say take my rest offset and add it to the Y position of my rest. So I'm going to say I'll do this. I'll say float new Y equals v at rest.y. So this is get the y attribute of my rest, plus f at, and it's an error because this line is not completed. So I'm going to say f at rest offset, and then I complete my line with the semicolon. So now this new y is what I want my rest y to be. And I'll say v at rest dot y equals new y. And now we'll see this rest y is animating, but not by that much. And in theory, that should stay still. And I believe the reason that that's actually animating, well, first, we have to make sure we select that node. I believe the reason that's animating is because this is not always 1. So it's going to be a different value. Or it's going to be 1 to 1.05. So to see if this worked, which I think it should, I'm going to double check that so I'm going to double check that my attempted fix is what I was thinking it might be. So we've taken our rest offset, which was the scale of the height of my cube multiplied by mask. We're using this to add to the height of my cube. And maybe what we should have done is we should have maybe set offset to the actual height of my cube. So we will do a quick preview in Solaris to see if this worked. Otherwise, my thought is that what we could do is this. So I think one of these two lines is going to work. I'm going to go back to Solaris and quickly see. Okay, it looks like it is offsetting, but it looks like a negative amount. So maybe I'll do a preview to quickly see what this is looking like. And if you're working through this project and thinking this is a little bit long of an attempt to complete this shot, you might be correct. So this is kind of me going, hopefully step by step in a way that makes sense. But in reality, the actual work of these projects would probably be a decent bit less time. And that actually looks kind of cool. So if we did want that, maybe we could leave that. But I'm going to wait for this to finish out. And then I'm going to attempt to fix this so we're not getting any sliding. There we go. Finished out my frames. So I'm going to disconnect this and go back to geometry and SOPs. And now the first thing I'm going to do is I am going to subtract, because this was moving in the opposite direction. If I open that back up, we can see it's moving in the opposite direction. And now it looks like this scale might be off, but it's kind of hard to see. So I'm going to go back to Solaris. I'll do one more preview to see if this is correct. So I'm going to go here, flip open new settings, start. I'll let Houdini think. And hopefully these will not slide. And if they do slide, my guess is that I should set the offset to the total extrusion length and not the multiplied scaled extrusion length. And it looks like this works, which is kind of cool. All right, well, I'm going to let this finish out. And I'll open up the other one. I kind of do like it, honestly, more where it goes in the opposite direction. But that might not be what you want, so that commonly would be viewed, excuse me, probably as an error, unless it was more intentional with the design. But I think this kind of is a cool idea. So maybe there's some more R&D that could be done, but for now, we are getting the correct sticking of our triplanar textures by offsetting our rest position, which is kind of cool if you think about it. So awesome. That's going to be all for the cube animation. Now I think what I could do, maybe do a camera animation. So I'm going to duplicate, excuse me, the camera. I'm going to add this back in. I'm going to say my hero animated. I'll select my animated camera. And maybe I'll go here. Well, maybe I'll actually look at my lighting before I animate this. And I might do, if I do a transform here on these two lights, because these are the key light here, or technically not the key light, these are the main focus. I'm going to say move the hero light, I'll call it. And the nice thing about this is because this transform here is not in the, I'm going to pause really quickly here, the render. This transform here is actually going to be at the world origin. And let me view, so here I can click to enable my lights. And this tiny dot in the top left, I don't know if you can see it, is this light. And it looks like they're both there. I was thinking about this one here, but we're only going to move the top left ones. So if I do this here on transform, I see soft shadow and soft shadow inner. If I do slash lights, I could either just say this to move every light in these primitives here, or I could do soft and then this wild card. And now if I do this, I will move these lights here. So I'm going to go back to my camera view. And there we go. You can see I can now rotate these lights. And maybe let's see. Well, I'll leave this here for now. I'm going to go back to the first frame. And maybe I'll do a tiny bit. And I might want to even well, I won't rotate along those axes. I'll leave it like this. I'm going to keyframe the Y rotation only. I'm going to jump to the end. And I'm going to rotate this a little bit. Which so far isn't looking super interesting. But I'm going to go here to linear. And maybe actually we could do the opposite. So I'm going to get this light here on this animation editor. I'm going to click up to here to set this. Whoops. I want this to be set to, right now it's -30 and the right looks like it's 18. So I want here to go back up to 18. And I'm going to skip to the end and set this back down to negative maybe 30. Which now flipped the animation I had on the light. And then let's do some kind of animation on the camera. So I'd encourage, if you are following along, to maybe come up with something that is interesting, because this isn't quite the most interesting shot so far. But I'm going to do a translate, and I'll go to the last frame, and maybe I will do this. I'm going to set these all here on my hero animated to linear. And then maybe I'll do a quick render of the animation. But I think this does look pretty good. I am going to, actually I will set up, I'm going to pause actually and then do a new cut for the video just so I can get the timestamp. And I will set up the rendering, and then maybe we'll modify this based on how it looks when it's rendered. I'm going to pause and I'll be right back. All right, welcome back. This is the rendering section. And in this one, I'm going to actually just set up a really quick render to render out our animation sequence. So the first thing I'm going to do is we just have a regular USD render op. If you are skipping here from previous sections of the video, and the only thing I've changed here is I set it to XPU. So I'm going to leave that now just as it is. And on my Karma render settings, which are also set to XPU, I'm going to decrease my path traced samples. I'm going to set it to 1280 just so I can get a lower quality, lower resolution render. And I'm going to rename this output picture. The way I like to render is I like to do hip render /$OS $OS.$F4. You do need these F4 if you're doing animation. And if we middle mouse button here, we can see the exact frame, which it looks like is frame 69. But this will give us the final output path of our animation here. Now what I would do here is I would go to render current frame, render specific frame range. I do like checking this because if I don't, it will open up a new background process of Houdini, but I like to do it here just so I can see the progress going. What I'm also going to do is go to image output, make sure my filter is set for denoising. Under filters, I'm actually going to uncheck split per LPE tag because I only want a single render here. If I check this, I will have a individual render layer for every single light I had set an LPE tag on. And the reason I don't want to do this for now is because this is really helpful for compositing, but it also bloats the file sizes a ton. So I've had some renders where it's almost 200 megabytes per frame because I have a ton of AOVs. And 200 really isn't that many megabytes, but for a small project, it might add up. So I'm going to disable this on the beauty. And it takes 2 seconds now to render an image. So I'm going to go here on Chroma render settings, double check everything's correctly set. And in this one, actually, I am going to drag my render settings prim to render settings, which I believe it does by default. So I'll leave it here. That's just a habit of mine. And I will render, which it looks like it did. And I'm actually going to do a quick interrupt. That's not it rendering that fast. I want to switch this off of XPU. And if I render here, this is Houdini queuing up all the renders into one process. And then once these reach the end, we'll start rendering. But I'm going to pause the video and I'll be back when the render finishes. All right, welcome back. That took about, I think, 15 minutes. So definitely really quickly, or really quick. But it might take a little bit longer if you chose to render those all, depending on your computer. But what we're going to do is we're actually going to do a new flipbook. And I'm going to cancel this the second it opens, because I just want to use mplay to load my EXR renders. And I already had a few open, so I could have used one of those. But I'm going to wait for this to pop up. There we go. And I'm going to hit escape to cancel. And now what I want to do is, now that it's canceled, I'm going to go to my Chroma render settings. And I'm going to go to the output picture. I'm going to middle mouse button and Control A and Control C to copy this file path. And if I go back down to mplay, what I can do is File, Open, which it looks like it already was in my HIP folder, is Render, my really great render, which was this one right here. And here we go. I'm going to hit Load to load my render. And now we've got our little animation. And I can watch. So I'm going to hit color correct, which it looks like it's already set to aces. And let's take a look at what we've completed. And a trick also as well is if this is taking a little bit of time to render, you can do File, Export, FFmpeg, which will save the render as an MP4 file. But for now, I'm going to let this go, and I will hopefully let this play through once, and my computer will cache the render so it might play back quicker the next time. Which it looks like it sort of is, but sort of isn't. There we go. So nothing spectacular. I do kind of like it. And maybe what we'll do is maybe a quick pass to make it more interesting. So let me do, I'm going to pause just to get a new section in this video for chapters, and then I'll come back and we're going to improve this a little bit. All right, welcome back. We had two issues, actually. The first one, I had forgotten to set my rendered camera in my render view. So in our final render, we just have the static camera. And the way I'm going to fix that is on my camera render settings, I had selected my hero animated up here, but what I should have done was select render settings camera and made sure in my render settings, I actually had my hero animated selected. And there we go. And then the second issue actually is, this is my second time recording this cut of the video because I just had a crash. And I think we are okay with the scene. But what I do want to now do is I want to do some final touches before I set up my main render for what I'll call the final version or the final quality render. So I'm going to open up this one, and I'm actually going to close this version here because I had done some changes and then rendered the new version, but the changes I'd made I actually did lose in a crash, which is a bummer. So always do back up your files. But now what I want to do in this version, or in this section right here, is I kind of want to extend the back of my scene just a tiny bit more. I want to add one more grid to this backside. And what I also want to do is I want to snap these all to be exactly at 0. So right now we've got a little bit of variation in these rising up and down, but I think what's going to be good is if this whole back row is just perfectly flush, just like our reference here. So the way I'm going to fix that is I'm going to go first to these ones here, and I'm just going to jump to my geometry context where I was creating this entire effect. And my two approaches to either add an extra row on this back right here is one, just shift my animated stuff to the left and move my camera, or because I have this nice setup that's all being fed from this single grid, I can just increase this size here, which might fix it, but actually the better fix, since this left side isn't actually in my camera, I can just move this -1 along the Z axis. And then that'll fix what I was looking to do. And then the other issue is I want this back row to be entirely flush. And what I'm going to choose to do is on this mask here, we transfer this attribute here for the kind of the main section. So this is kind of driving our main effect. And I also remap this here with this value. And that's a nice little effect, but what that does is that causes, I'm going to set my display flag on my poly extrude. This remap causes all of these values to get a little bit of the noise. So what I want to do is for these values on the edge, because what I'm doing is poly extruding by the height of my cube, what I can just do is I can set that to 1 for these edges here, or I could set this mask value to 0 for those edges here. And I'm also getting my very long focal length here from the camera, which was because Solaris was using the long focal length. So if I space F, I can reframe my view, and that'll reset my view to the default Houdini scene view focal length. So the two options I have here are either set this mask on these primitives to be 0, or set the height of my cube here to be 0, or the distance scale not to be 0 but to be 1 for this. So I'm going to go a little node by node and see exactly what's happening. So it looks like this attribute remap is what's changing those values. So maybe what I can do is, before I promote these two primitives, this mask, maybe let me do I'm going to do a wrangle. I'm going to say set mask based on, I'll say Z position. So what I want to do is, if the Z position is actually less than a certain number, set the mask to 0. And the way I'm going to choose to do this is with an if statement. So it's if v at p dot z, so this is position dot z, is less than, and I'll say maybe value here. What I want to do is I want to say f at mask equals 0. And now right now this is going to give me an error because value is currently not defined. So I'm going to do, well, maybe let me do this. Let me clean up this code a little bit. If the Z position is less than a certain number, I want to set the mask to 0. And I'm going to say define certain number. So float, which is how I define a variable. So float, actually define a variable to be a float. Value equals CHF, so channel float, my value. And with these, we cannot have spaces. So I can either do this, which is called camel case, or an underscore. And then I'll do a semicolon at the end. And now I can do this slider and really nothing's going to change. But if I preview this, we'll actually see a lot did change. Now what's happening is, if my Z position is currently less than 0, and 0, if you can see on my screen, is right here. So everything on the left side of this, or excuse me, everything on the right side of this is getting set to 0. What I could do is I could lower this value a little bit. And the further I move this back, the more we'll see our objects come in. And what I want to do is, this is 10 on my world grid. And I can even look to see what the smallest value of my Z coordinates here are by looking at this geometry stream here. On Z, I can sort by min and max, and it looks like negative 0.849 is the maximum. So maybe if I do, if it's less than negative 0.8, or excuse me, if it's less than 8, not negative 0.8. If it's less than negative 8, then, whoops, I accidentally hit a W. So if that ever happens to you, what you can do is you can right click to delete channels, and that'll fix that issue. But what you can do is you can put expressions and things in here, but we're not going to use any of those. I just want negative 8. And now we can see a little bit this dark red, but maybe I'll set this left side of my color to be a green, just so it's a little more visible. And now we actually aren't noticing this value yet. And my guess for the reason is, on my attribute remap, we are setting this, but this isn't all going to 0. Because what happens when we promote a value from points to primitives, the points will have different values sometimes. So right now, looks like -8 is probably right in the middle of this grid. So for this polygon here, half of it has a value of 0 and half of it has a value of 0.081. So when I promote it to a primitive, it's going to average those two values, which looks like is roughly about 0.04. And that's because on my attribute promote, I have the promotion method set to average. But what I can do is set this to minimum, and that will set my mask, or the attribute that I'm promoting, to the minimum value on any of the points on that specific primitive. And actually, one more thing to note, the attribute transfer here, and I believe that was the only use I had. Right now we're using this to transfer this mask attribute. But if you notice, we're not actually defining the attribute we want to transfer. And this is not a very good way to work. So it looks like Houdini kind of understands that this is what we want to do, and it's transferring this attribute for us. But what we should do is we should tell Houdini, I want to transfer the mask attribute. So I'm going to write that to make sure it knows that that's the one we want to transfer. And the exclamation mark is a not. So it does a Boolean flip on the value of this. So what it says is, right now, I want to transfer my mask attribute. So just a heads up on that one. So I should have filled this out, and I apologize for that. But we should always be intentional with how we work, because that is Houdini. All right, so now I've got this value 0. Maybe I'll color this to a green. And then my here, right now, set the value based on this channel float. If my Z value is less than this, set mask to 0. This is running over points because right now the mask value we are operating on is existing on the points. Another perfectly fine way to do this would be to actually write it in a primitive wrangle on this here after it's been promoted. But then the issue there is right now on the points we have access to the position. On the primitives, you can see we don't actually have the position. So if we did write it on the primitive wrangle, which would be an attribute wrangle here set to primitives, we would have to also change the code a little bit. But what that would happen, or what we would have to do, is we'd have to make sure we have the position value. So we might have to promote that as well to primitives. And there we go. We actually don't have perfectly flat right here. And I think the reason for that is on this attribute randomize, we did 1 to 1.05. So I could even just set that to 1. But maybe I do want a tiny bit of randomization. So I'll do 1.01. And I believe that will be probably all for what I want to do. So again, knowing how these attributes are working is probably the most important thing about Houdini. The other thing that Houdini does is it sometimes does things without you telling it to, just like right here. And sometimes that can be annoying. So always try to understand what's going on and try to be intentional with what you're trying to do. So I'm going to go back to my Solaris setup. We can now see I have an extra grid here for my cubes, and those are all set to 0. And now as I move with my, with my really great render set to my hero animated on render settings camera, I can even do a flip hook with new settings. I'm going to uncheck the resolution just so it renders at whatever resolution this window is. And actually, I'm going to pause that. I did want to change the aspect ratio. So I'm going to do 20 by 9, and I'm going to make my horizontal aperture, I'll leave it the same, but maybe I'll set my focal length to 75. And then one thing about Houdini, sometimes when you're working with cameras in Solaris, you might be moving your camera and you might get a really wide or a really tight camera angle. And sometimes your horizontal aperture accidentally gets set to a really, really weird number, like 0.1 or a really high number. And you're thinking, why is my focal length being weird? So the horizontal aperture also does have an effect on your setting. So there we go. I do kind of like this. Looks pretty nice. And I think we still have our nice little shadow and inner shadow here. But maybe I could increase the intensity of the soft shadow inner to get a little more exposure on that left side. Now actually, if we are making this a little wider, maybe we could shift our cameras a little bit to the left, or this light a little bit to the right. So I'm going to hit this light icon here. I might change this, I might not. Whoops, I accidentally hit M, and it looks like I was getting a odd interaction from my scene view. But here we go, back to normal after hitting M, which looks like it's a drone orbit. That's actually kind of cool. That's WASD. That's really cool. I've never actually used that before. So maybe that's new to Houdini. But what I want to do is I'm going to use a transform after I have rotated. Actually, maybe I'll do it before these lights. I'm going to say test rotation. I'm going to go down to XPU. I'm going to set my slash soft, actually slash lights slash soft primitives. And I'm going to try to lower this angle here, which is actually rotating these lights around this gizmo here. And then again, my render settings camera, I'll make sure it's selected. And there we go. And now we're kind of losing the light. So if I set this back to 0, and what I could do is maybe I'll set my rotation here to 10. I'm going to keyframe this, and I'm going to try my, try to bring this back. Maybe I'll put -10. I'm going to keyframe this one. I could probably actually delete the keyframes on this Y and Z axes, which really doesn't matter because there's only one key on those. But I'm going to go to animation editor. On Y and Z, I'll select and I'll delete those keyframes. And if you don't see this, you can drag your rotate onto your animation editor, and on this X, I'm going to zoom out by left clicking or right clicking, excuse me, and I'm going to set those to linear. And now we've got a little bit of an animation, which is probably not my favorite animation I've ever done, but we're here to learn the implementation and hopefully the art direction. You might have a little bit more luck with me, or luck than with me. Or you might have a little bit more luck with the art direction than I do. And actually for this art direction, again, I do want to mention this is 6 and 5, their Microsoft Premium Fonts project. This was from this link here, and they're a very, very incredible studio. I've never worked with them, but all credit where credit is due, and I do not know the artist name who actually worked on this project, but props to you. I actually really, really like this one. So if you know anyone who actually worked on this one, or if you're watching this and there's the very unlikely chance that you did, then let me know and I can pin a comment and give you credit where it is due. So awesome stuff. All right, so I think this is okay. I'm gonna hide my light view again. I'm now gonna quickly test that, which really doesn't do too much. And maybe actually I should have modified this. So if I do, well, let me just do a quick test. So I'm gonna go here on my rotate on the hero, move the hero light, or move the hero light. And I'm gonna do, actually, maybe I can do this. So I wanna see right now which animation side I would like. And a nice thing about Solaris, I'm gonna make a little more space, is I could just set this to be my animation testing. And now I can go back and forth between two transform animations. So I'm gonna select this. I'm gonna name this version 2 and make a little bit more space so you can see what I'm doing. On this one right here, it starts at 18 and it goes to -30. I'm going to start it at, well, I'm going to end it at 18 and then I'm going to put the start at -30. So this will flip the animation I had for my light. And I can toggle between the two by selecting my switch. And now I've selected the test rotation, and maybe I could do this at 8, 15. All right, now I'm rotating it so far. I'm probably clipping my edge. So I will disable this and probably stick with what I've done so far, which I do kind of like. It looks nice. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to leave it on maybe the first animation. And what I'll do also, so this is on this move the hero light. Should probably make some more space and clean this up. I'm going to pause my render. I'm going to go now down to my render settings, XPU. And let me do a filter. I'm going to turn off my denoiser. And actually, I'm going to pause really quickly because I want to get a new timestamp on this video. All right, welcome back. In this section of the video, we are going to just set up our final render settings. So what I've done in the last one, in the last section of the video, I changed my focal length. And I also changed my aspect ratio to a 20:9, just because it's a wide angle shot. Probably could have done this as a real aspect ratio, but for now I'm going to stick with this one. And what I want to do on my Karma render settings is definitely make sure my hero camera is set, and make sure cameras my hero animated is correctly set when I hit render settings camera. For resolution, I'll do maybe 2400 by 1080. And the other thing I want to do is I don't really like rendering with the denoiser because I've found it gives sometimes a little bit of flickering in areas where I don't want it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to enable my beauty split per LPE tag for these lights, which if you're skipping here from another section in the video, on every single one of my lights under Karma and LPE tag, I set it to set or create, and then I gave it a name. And now if I've selected my render settings down here with my display flag, I can now see the contributions of each individual light, currently only for the beauty pass. So that's another thing to note. That's actually kind of cool. The dark. So this is not the correct compositing workflow. We're going to actually modify and add in a little bit of these. We are not going to do back to beauty. So this combination of beauty renders is not the correct way to work. Back to beauty, I think is what it's called. But what that version or that compositing workflow is, you render out all of these and you rebuild the beauty pass yourself. So Houdini actually does that for us, which is very kind of Houdini. And for now, we are going to do just some slight changes. So this is going to be fine for us. But what I want to do is make sure we have EXR, because we want these all to be in a single layer. What we can also do is under image output, make sure we've got our LPE tag. We can also do an output color space for aces. If you want to render in aces, we can do, I think that's all. I'm going to make sure my denoiser is off. I'm on XPU. I'm going to do a quick snapshot. And I'm going to set it to 256. This is going to be 16 samples, which is this one here. And I'm going to wait. And then in general, if we are doing compositing, the better way to do it is not to use your denoiser, because you can't always denoise in compositing. And sometimes it's nicer to have a little bit of noise without any artifacts from the denoiser. So this one, again, remember, we wanted to fake this little tiny bit of shift from the white to the yellow to the regular shadow. So by combining a white light and a yellow light, we got that effect. The one thing I didn't get, and I'm a little bit bummed, is this really soft shadow here. So my guess is there's another light coming from the right, which I really want to go back and do, but I won't. maybe a challenge for you is to try to match that shadow. But I think I could do it. I just don't want to waste too much time for this video. So awesome. Now this finished up. This is 2, 5, 6. Whoops, 2, 5, 6 samples. I'm going to pause my render. Jump back into here. Color correction. And we can see we are cleaning up quite a bit of noise. I really do like this actually. I think the bevel's nice. The textures also we fixed to now be projected correctly with our transforming geometry. I'm going to do a quick preview actually. I'm going to go to my materials right here. Whoops. So I guess after my camera. And I'm going to hit escape to hide that. I'm going to do one quick preview for my render just to make sure we're actually getting that correct texture projection. And if you are skipping here from a different section of the video, the fix 4-hour triplanar projection method, we manually offset the rest positions per primitive based on the extrusion height, which was a really handy workflow. A really cool thing while we're actually waiting on this, we can even instance and have multiple rest positions for the base geometry and the target points we're instancing to. And we can do some really cool tricks with blending those two rest positions to essentially offset our triplanar projection for randomized instancing. But here we go. I like this a lot. All right, I'm going to do a minimize here. Double check we've got our really great render. I'll say HD. Make sure my hero animated is selected. Make sure my focal length is correct. And it looks nice. Make sure our path trace samples, resolution, render, everything looks good. I like to triple check. And XPU, frame range. And I'm going to double check my linear interpolation. For my keyframes, that is linear. I think for the lights, I also have linear. Linear. And linear. So awesome. I think that's all. I'm going to do a render, actually not right now. I'm going to do this a render tonight just so I can get to starting on the next boss battle project, which I'll also be releasing on YouTube. But I'm going to do a batch of those two renders tonight. But what I would do if I was going to render this, I would click render to disk. It would then batch all of these renders for me. And this is not actually rendering them because I selected render all frames with a single process. It's going to queue these all up and then probably take about a minute to a minute and a half per frame to render. So I'm going to interrupt that. Make sure my outputs have the limits, or not limits, excuse me, the split per LPE tag. And then I will actually render those out tonight and probably be back tomorrow with a quick recap. For you, it'll be just about 60 seconds, but with a recap of the render, and then I'm actually going to do a cop network just so we're thorough. Sample compositing. So this is a lot of fun. Maybe what we could do, because why not, is if I go to rendering AOVs, utility, I'm going to do a depth camera. So I'm going to render out my depth pass. You can't see it now because it's really overexposed. But if I decrease my exposure, you can see this. But maybe we'll do some fun compositing tricks. But awesome. That's going to be all for this section of the video. In the next one, I'll be back to show you the final render, do some touch-ups, and then wrap up this project. So awesome. I'll see you in just 1 second. All right, welcome back. And the render is completed. So I did render this overnight. So for me, it is tomorrow, but for you, it is just a minute later. And I started it at 7:13 p.m. and it looks like the render finished at 10:41 p.m. So just over a little, about 3-ish hours, 3.5 hours. So really not that bad at all. And this here, I've already loaded it in. I used mplay as we've done before. So I just did file, open, clicked on this render here, and I let it cache ahead of time just so we can see it nice and smooth. And I've also got my AOVs here, so each individual light render, or the contribution of each individual light. And I think it's looking pretty good. This was our soft shadow that we had done to get a little bit of a green tint on the inside. And then this was the main contribution from that light, which gave us this little bit of a nice fall off towards our green and yellows. So awesome. I'm going to minimize this. I'm not going to close it. And what I'm going to do now is set up a really simple, I'm going to say really simple compositing test. Because what I want to do is I want to do, maybe I'll do a little bit of changing to the lights. Maybe show you how to do some animation to the lights, or even recolor some of these lights. And then we also do have a depth pass, which might be kind of cool. So what I did right here was at the end of the last video, or maybe somewhere in between the end of the last video, and here we've got a new cop net, and this is not the cop network old, this is the cop network. We're going to jump inside here, and I'm going to add a file node. I'm going to say this is my render, and here if we hit space G, we'll be able to see our image, but it's going to be 3D. So if we want to see a 2D image view, we need to go to new pane type, viewers, and composite view. And there we go. Now the file I'm actually going to load with this render here, or this file node here. I'm going to go to $hip. It's going to be render, my really great render HD. And I'm going to select this right here. And now if I set my tone mapping to aces, we can see my render. But our problem really quickly now is it is not animated. And the reason for that is because I just loaded a single image. So what I could do is I could either type $F4 here, whoops, $F4, which will load in the animated sequence, or when I click this here, I can check or uncheck show sequences as one entry, and this will automatically set my $F4 expression. And there we go. And now we have our render here. But what we'll want to do is click this click this add AOVs from file. And now we've got a single little node drop down here for each of our render layers. So all I want to do for this one, I'm going to use a null just so I can see these individually. Whoops, I want this to be here. And now we can view our individual layers. We can also view our layers by going up on this file node and selecting the specific render layer we want to see. So maybe what I'll do is do a little bit of recoloring on this color here. So there's two main workflows that you can do when compositing. And I'm going to write out a little bit of a note here. So this is going to be compositing, options. The first one is what we have here. We've got our beauty render and we've got a collection of other beauty renders. So we can take our beauty and we can, well, I'll write this out here. So we've got one, the main one is subtract workflow. I'm not really sure what these are actually called. Also, apologize for the mishaps of typing. This is the start of my day for recording. So we are slowly going to work into our typing. But we've got a subtract workflow, we've got an add workflow, and then maybe I'll say 3, the correct workflow. And this is back to beauty. So we are not going to be able to do this one here, this third version, because we did not render out our individual render layers for all of these channels. So a beauty render is the combination of our diffuse, our specular, our roughness, maybe not our roughness, but it's a combination of all the rays that make up an image. And the beauty render is those multiplied and added and combined together, but Houdini does that for us. So if I did my changed render, the two main ways we can modify this beauty render are we can either just start to add these together. So I could add in, maybe I'll start with my HDRI. And I actually don't want to use an add. I want to use an over, and I'll show you why in a little bit. But if I start with this HDRI, I could take this one here. Maybe I'll do a color correct, and I will do my soft shadow inner, which was this light here. And I can add these together. And right now on my over, I have to set that to an add. And there we go. We now have these two images combined. And if I continued to do this for maybe this here, and maybe I took my soft shadow right here, this L soft shadow. We'll see as I continue to add these, I'm slowly getting back to what looks like my original image. So I'll do another one here. And you can also hit Shift S to change the network wiring. So I'll say add in. This one here was my soft shadow inner. So I'll say soft shadow inner. This one here was the soft shadow. I can also add in the hard shadow. So I can put this to foreground and background. And there we go. And then the names of these were just the names that I had set my AOVs to, which was the LPE tags on my Karma lights. And maybe I could do one more here. I'm going to cut this, connect this to BG. And the foreground, I will connect it to my fill light or fill right. And now here, if I compare this to my original beauty, we'll see it is very similar. And actually it looks like it's really, really close, which is great. The other way we can do these, and now in this case, actually, I'll show you really quickly, with this color correct, this is where I'd be able to make individual changes. Whoops. That was a Shift W to open and close that, but we're not going to do this here. We don't need that one. But what I was going to do is on this color correct here node, I could make changes to any of these here, and I could actually use the HSV adjust is what I like to use a little bit more than color correct. So I'm going to connect this into my setup here, and I'll shake to disconnect this color correct. And now what I could do is if I go to this HSV adjust, I can modify maybe the hue of this light. And we actually don't have any saturation, so there's really not much of a change here for the hue. So a trick we can do is if we add a bright node, I can tint the brightness to a certain color. And now I can tint this actual light. So this lets me make changes to the light, and we can see this kind of bounced lighting also does change in our scene. So maybe I want this to be a little bit of an orange light. So I can make changes like that. And I could do this for any light I'd like. Maybe I wanted to do one for the hard shadow. So maybe I'll do another bright, put it on the shadow. Maybe this could be a blue or a purple. And now when I compare that to my final render or my original beauty, we can see I do have a little bit of control on that light. I can even do a mask here. So on this add node or on this over node set to add, I have this mask, which lets me control the intensity of this foreground. And that is really just how much of it is actually being added in. And I think I might be able to increase this. Looks like I can't increase it past 1, but what I could do, if I really wanted to increase this, maybe I could increase the brightness on that one. And there we go. We got a little bit of an overexposed look if we wanted that. So these here, I'm going to say this is my original beauty. This is my new beauty. This is one of the workflows we can do, which is the add workflow. The other way that's really common when modifying our beauty renders is we might take our original beauty here, and what we might do is we might subtract. So if I had this here, which is the full beauty render of every single light combined, I might say, all right, I want to modify the soft shadow inner. So I would subtract that out by connecting the background here and the foreground here. I'm going to pause really quick to double check I'm doing this in the right way. All right, it has been a while since I've tried it like this, but I think this is a fine way to do it. So what we do is we have our beauty here, and we subtract the soft shadow inner. And then what we would do is maybe do an HSV adjust to this same soft shadow inner. So I'm going to add a null really quickly here. This is my soft shadow inner. And these nulls, all they do is let you reorganize and redirect these wires. So in the same way nulls work in SOPs, these are really helpful. So what we had, I'm going to say remove soft shadow inner. We've got this here. Now I would take this soft shadow inner. I could modify this. Maybe I could decrease the saturation, which in this case really won't do much because it's kind of a black and white image. But if I did a bright node, I can tint my brightness maybe a little bit towards green. Maybe now I could try an HSV adjust, and we'll see a little bit of a hue shift here. And then what we could do now is, now that we've got this light changed, we could do an add to merge it back, or we could do an over node set to add. And the reason we do an over node set to add, or the reason I like to do that, is I don't think the add node, which maybe it does look like it has the mask. And actually it looks like these might be the exact same node, but just set to different presets. So that actually is a good thing to know. But here we go. We can now add that back in. And really all we've done is we've changed the color of this light. Maybe I'll make it more saturated and then disable this HSV adjust so we can really see this green. And there we go. And then the nice thing about this workflow above here is for this bottom, we had to add back in all of those lights. But in this one, we can just subtract the only one we want to change. Or we could subtract it entirely. I'm going to do another null here, and then I'll say this is my changed render. And this is really my original render. So those are the two general compositing workflows you might use when trying to modify your beauty render. This is the subtract workflow. And I'm not really sure if that's actually the names of them. I doubt it, I really do. But those are pretty common, I believe, and I'm not a compositor myself, but I have done this workflow to make some changes to the renders. Awesome. And then we don't have our back to beauty because we don't have all of our renders, so we're going to be fine without that. And maybe what I'll do now is I'm going to try this one here. So I'll get a little more control because I already have these all split up. And I'm going to have my slight changes. So for this one, I'm going to do a few changes just to dial this in a little bit more. And maybe I can even look back at my reference. So maybe what I want to do is I'll disable this bright to not tint that. This one, it looks like I could maybe even decrease some stuff there. But maybe what I want to do is get the backside of this a little bit darker. So let's think about how to do that. So I've got my HDRI light here. And in this case, I am adding back in the soft shadow. Here I'm adding back in the... It's a little hard to see with all these crossings. So maybe I'll do a null and name this a little bit better so we can stay organized. So this foreground right here, if I follow this out, this is the soft shadow. And that one just looked like this. This was the inner soft shadow. And this was the hard shadow. So let me do a null just so I can see what the hard shadow looked like. So hard shadow, I'll connect it there. And this one does look like we do have some light in the back. For this one, we have none. And for this one, I believe we also have none. So if I wanted to get this in the dark, or if I wanted to get this darker in the back, because I have this HDRI right now that does have some of that light in the back, I might want to decrease the brightness of this. So I could use maybe I'll use a bright node. So HDRI source, I'll delete this null. I'll connect this here to the background. Now if I set this all the way down to 0, we'll now see I have no contribution from my HDRI. But maybe I want a little bit. So maybe I just want a tiny bit of contribution there. And we can also animate these values just like regular keyframes in Houdini by alt clicking, but I'm not going to do any animation yet. So this is a little bit darker, and then I think our hard shadow here also did add some of this backlight as well. So maybe what I'll do So I'm going to reset this to default on this bright node. And then I will decrease the brightness of this hard shadow as well. And there we go. And these are a little bit similar. There might even be some more blues in this. So maybe what I could do is tint the brightness of this the tiniest bit. And then the other thing we're not getting is this light-ish to the dark, which I think is kind of nice. But there we go. We've now done a little bit more change. Maybe actually what I want to do, I think this, there's really not much of a glow that I see here. There's a tiny bit of overexposure on this one. And maybe it looks like, if I click this to swap, and I really don't need my geometry spreadsheet now, but I want to get these images a little closer to see what's going on. And I think there might be some more warmth I could add to this image here. So maybe let me do, I'll click this middle icon here, which swaps them, and maybe actually it would be nice to see this, but I do kind of like having this reference on the right. So I'm going to swap it back. And I want to find this light here. And I'm going to do a HSV adjust on this one. Maybe I will do I could decrease the saturation, but let me see what it actually looks like when I combine it. Maybe I want to increase the saturation. It looks like the saturation scale isn't changing anything, so maybe the shift here. So maybe I'll do 0.2. I'll look at the soft shadow. There's a little bit more color here now. And the beauty. And I don't want that split screen. I actually really don't use the split screen at all. But it looks like we could mess with these if we wanted to figure that out. All right, I think that looks good. Now I'm kind of liking that actually a lot. Maybe if I wanted to try to change that color, let's see if we could do that. I think it would just be here. Because this light, or this null, is that light itself. So if I adjust the hue shift, and there we go. This is why it's really nice to split these renders out, because if we wanted to change that and re-render, we would have had to wait another 3 hours. So maybe if I wanted to go a little orange, I could do that if I'd like. Maybe I could click this, but I'll use the slider here. All right, I think that looks good. And then maybe I'll do one more tiny glow. So I'll connect this here just to see what it looks like. And we're now getting a little bit of an overexposure. And then actually there's a bleeding on this upper and bottom. And unfortunately, the only way you can fix that on the glow node, and I'll show you really quickly here. If we use our blur node, which will do a similar thing, and the glow is actually built up of other nodes. So I'm gonna hit U to go up. If I use the blur, there's this setting called read pixels outside image, which looks like it's overlapping the bottom to the top as it blurs that. So if we were using a blur, we would disable this to fix that issue. And what's happening is on the glow, side effects has made this glow. And if we look in here with one blur node and two blur nodes, and for some reason, they have their read pixels outside image checked, and they decided not to include it up here, which is probably a reason for that. But for now, I want to get this fixed. So I'm going to right click, allow editing of contents. And then this glow actually is an HDA, or it's a node made of other nodes, which is something that's really common in Houdini. And on this glow here, and this glow here, I'm going to uncheck read pixels outside image. And I'm going to leave a note. I unchecked read pixels outside image. And maybe I'll put my name. So I'm going to hit U to go up. I'm actually going to color this red just so I know I made a change inside the node. And the other thing is I'm going to first duplicate this. This is now unlocked, so you can go inside. If I wanted to fix that back to what it was, I can just click match current definition. And now it's going to reset it to the default values that Houdini had. So I could even just mess up this node and break it by deleting stuff. And if I didn't know what was going on and it broke my network, I could right click, match current definition, and everything is now put back in its place. But there we go. Now we've got our glow. We could do output glow only. If we wanted to just get the glow, the threshold controls how much is being glowed or how much of the image is glown. And I'm going to uncheck this because I want to make sure these are both read pixel outside image unchecked. So what I want to do now is maybe I will get a tiny bit of glow. All I can really see is this side here. It does look like it's overexposed, so clamped at the white. And I could do that just by adding this glow, and that might be a little too much. So maybe I'll do 0.1 just to get a tiny bit. There we go. And what I could do also, I'm going to delete that blur. I could use a over node background on the original image I had. I could set this glow to output glow only. And now I can connect it here and control the intensity here. And first I actually have to set this from over, or it looks like it is working. I could also set this to add, which might be a better glow workflow, but there we go. And I think this looks pretty good. The other thing I did decide is I do like better when the animation is played in reverse. So in the trailer for this video, I'm going to flip my animation just to have these frames play backwards. But I think that looks really good. The other thing we have to do now is we now have to save this back to an image. So this is going to be my final image. Because right now all we have on disk is this render here. And what we want to do is we want to be able to export or write or save a EXR sequence for these images here. And that actually does look pretty good. So this was the original render, and this is the new render we modified a little bit. But I might make some more changes, but instead of dialing that in exactly how I want it, to actually save this image, we're going to need a ROP image output here. And what I want to say is I want to say which image I want to render, or which node or cop, which is the names of these nodes in Copernicus, which is the name of our 2D image compositing context. I'm going to select this, and because our file name is going to be named based off this OS, I'm going to say my new composite. Actually, I'll say my new image. And I'll change this from hip to comp. I want to do hip/comp/$os/$os.f4. I'll drag and drop that to my final image, which is the name of this cop image. And for these wires here, we actually can't cut those. And the reason for those is we go to View, Show Dependency Links for all nodes, which it looks like this is just automatically done with cops. But normally in the regular Houdini, you would go to View and Show for certain nodes, and then these links would be visible between all of our other nodes. But I'll leave it here. I'm going to do, instead of render current frame, I want render frame range. And I'm not going to touch any color space, and we only want to output C. And C right here is the beauty layer. So I'm going to do a render to disk, and I'll be back probably in a minute or two once this finishes. All right, welcome back. The render had finished, or the export of my composited image had finished, and I just did a open up in mplay. So I did file open, selected the image, and I now have the finished composite. So I'll give it 1 second just to cache and play here into memory. And I still have that old version here. So this is the original beauty render we had created without any compositing. So this is all the lights together. And I did a little bit of modification on some of these lights. And we can now see a different version. So there's no really correct way to set these up. It's all just up to you, your art direction. And the nice thing about compositing is you do have the control to change these without having to re-render. So awesome. I think that might be all. The only other thing is the depth map. So maybe I'll show you really quickly how you can possibly use the depth map. So if I go here, add a null just to look at the depth pass, it will be all overexposed. So I can use a remap to load in the source. And now what I want to do is I want to select the near and far distances in my scene. So I just increase the max. And it looks like I can't use the cop picker. Okay, so what I can do here, I'm going to reset this to the default. So if I take my input max, click here, select far away in my image, we can now get an estimate for the distance away. If I go input min, I can now select a close area, and now we can start to see this depth map. So maybe what I want to do is I'll move this a little further away. I can flip this as well, but what I could use this for is just masking quite a few things. You can also do a threshold where you select a distance in the image and increase a width, and you can do a either here to mask certain things further back in your image, which might be done with fog cards you might want to have visible only towards the back. Or another thing you can do is remap certain parts to get little slivers in the depth map. But we could do a color correct maybe on this. I'm going to do color. Actually, I could do a solid. So maybe I'll make a constant right here. Maybe I'll make this a blue color. So I'm going to do signature. I'll set to RGB so I can get red, green, and blue. Maybe it'll be blue. We can do I think a resample. So right now this constant is not the same size as my image. So if I did a over node, doesn't really matter, maybe this part here, and I'll maybe delete these, maybe I'll leave these in the final files. But here, this is the over. And if I took my constant node and used my mask of the depth map, it looks like it's giving me an error. Whoops, this is the constant node. Apologies for that, I wanted to plug in. And it looks like it already does resample the correct image size. But now what I could do is I could also force this constant to be the same size as my image by plugging the constant into the source. So what I want to change in the size reference into the other. I am pretty sure this would work. So a constant in the bottom, size reference, and reframe to destination. Okay, it looks like I do need to do that. So I apologize for that. But this one looks like it would do this correct thing, but now we can do this here. So now we can add some kind of tint to our image, which looks actually kind of cool. So apologies for the sample mix up. Sometimes I even have to look up what nodes do what, because there are so many in Houdini. And I do not think that's a bad thing. I think that's a very common thing to do. So I'll leave that in the video because it really does happen a lot. So I'm going to say this is my depth example. And I can recolor. This would be my fog. And I can change the color there. And if I wanted to change the intensity of this, that would just be in my depth map. So awesome. I might even do a quick change to get this looking a little bit nicer. I'm going to maybe push it back a little bit. What I could even do is a dark color which I don't think would do anything with this over. Okay, it does a little bit. So maybe I could use this depth map to fake a little bit this dark lighting by masking a color correct with the depth. But I'm going to Control Z until I get my fog back. And now I can modify the intensity of this here. So I want to tint this to maybe a little bit of a yellow to match that. And there we go. I'm going to pause really quick, then I'll come back and render this out. All right, welcome back. I'm going to do a quick render of the newly depth composited version that I just used to add a tiny bit of a background haze, which in this case doesn't really make sense because my thought is these would be small cubes, but we are going to go with it. So I'm going to do a Alt drag on this one here, cut that wire with Y, and then I'm going to move these and I'll connect this to my image. And the name of this ROP image output is going to be the name of my file EXR sequence. So I'm going to change this to my new image depth, and I will double check my cop is linked, which it looks like it is because of this line. And I will render to disk, and then I'll be right back when this finishes. Welcome to the final project wrap up and the final overview. So if you are skipping here from any other point in the video, or if you just skipped straight to here, this is the final result we came up with. We had 240 frames rendered with this animation, and we had quite a few of our render layers we had set up for individual lights. What we also did was we set up 2 compositing versions for our image. We did a little bit of change. If I go back to my color here, or my beauty, you can see I did a little bit of a recoloring on some of these lights, added a little more emphasis on this edge light we had here that's a little bit tinted to a orangish, and then I decreased some of the exposure of the backlights. And then I did one more compositing approach where I showed you how I might use a depth pass to do a little bit of, in this case, like maybe a volumetric haze, but we can do lots of other effects with depth passes. So I encourage you to always render them with your image and then always maybe mess around in compositing. So I'm going to pause these videos really quick. I also actually did decide that I like the animation better in reverse. So that probably is going to be, it's probably going to be played in reverse at the start of this video. But we did quite a good approach today. And if you followed along, then congratulations. Hopefully you learned a lot of helpful tips. And these kind of workflows are really, I'm going to mark this as complete because we did finish this. Excuse me. Whoops. We did finish this, so I'm going to mark this one as complete. But these kind of workflows of kind of taking these references, which again is the incredible work of 6 and 5, breaking these down into our tasks and our chunks, which was this framework up here, and then implementing those. It's kind of a similar way to how I do most of my projects in Houdini. The approach we chose to do here was splitting it up into a geometry container for the scene geo, which really isn't too much work here. We had everything driven by a base grid. We did some extrusion to add in the internal depth of these grids here, and then I split this for the seams by using a split node with a group on my poly extrude. And then I had the edges here of these cubes where I did some masks, some randomization, some attributes for controlling that actually based on the position of a single point. So this is kind of a procedural setup that you might do for some motion design work, and something that's very common in lots of product work. Then we did extrusions and beveling for all of those. And a really cool trick we actually did was we added a rest position for our triplanar texture projection, but we actually did a offset of our rest position because we were animating the geometry before we computed the rest. So that was because we did an extrusion for these, and the animation was done in the extrusion depth rather than actually transforming the blocks up and down. And what I also had was, it looks like here, just a quick basic back wall. And we had our wall we used here for the concrete. So really simple in SOPs, not too complex at all. And these workflows are kind of really standard to setting things up. And there's more complex ways to set up different things, but kind of building from the basics is usually how most projects are completed. Then inside the LOP network, we had our start, our little end null, and then a primitive to define some of our organization. And then we imported in our geometry here, which we've got our nice little scene. Then we had a few lights as well. And if I set this to render, once I set my display flag on this, we'll be able to see what these look like. We use the switch node actually to do a couple different versions for the light animation. And then some materials. We created just a single concrete material, which, if Houdini lets me open up, was relatively straightforward. We read in the rest position into a triplanar projection. We had the X, the Y, and the Z. And then I did some color correct, and I used a roughness and a normal map. And then also we had the material assign and then 2 cameras. And then our camera render settings just defined the camera, resolution, samples, additional AOVs, the color space, and I think that might have been it. We didn't do any depth of field or motion blur. And under image output filters, we did not use a denoiser. And then we had our ROP image, or our USD render ROP, to render out our frames. And I do like to check the render all frames in a single process. And then inside our little sample compositing network, we did a quick test of 2 different overall theory approaches. And I need to open my composite view here. So that's the new pane type, viewers, and composite view. But the 2 approaches we chose for compositing are either the subtract workflow or the add workflow, where we took our beauty render, we subtracted the contribution of a single light, and then we were able to add that light back in to make adjustments to the individual light. The other way we could do it is we could just reconstruct the beauty here by just adding together all the individual layers. And in this case, we had a kind of tinted orange and then a blue in the back, which I didn't really render out, but we could if we wanted to. And then the other one I did was I did some changes here using this adding workflow. And I did a glow, kind of add these back together, did a little bit of color correct on some of the lights. And then I did my final glow here, where we had to actually jump inside and fix a little blur issue we had. Then I've got my final image and my render output, my ROP image output set to my cop path of this one here. Then the other thing I showed you as well was a depth pass compositing, which is really just a simple use of taking our depth map and putting it into, or using it to create some kind of atmospheric haze. So depth maps were really powerful, are really powerful, and I recommend you always use them. So awesome. That's going to be the final output. we had our image, and that was the end. I'm going to delete these two actually here because we don't need those. But that's really the end of this boss battle. So then again, these battles are kind of real life projects I complete inside the Level Up Houdini program, which is the, I guess, premium tutorials, you could call it, but it's more of a mentorship group where I help artists learn some workflows and am there to make sure they are able to apply Houdini to their own projects. So there's definitely going to be quite a bit of other projects released on YouTube. And if you're watching this on YouTube, then I do recommend subscribing and following along for more videos. And if you are watching this in the course inside the Level Up Houdini program, then maybe share your work in the community, and I will see you very soon, hopefully in the next boss battle. So I think that's going to be all for this video. Leave comments, ask questions, and always good luck with your Houdini journey, and I will see you in the next one.